kind of. Thank you so much.
You bet. Okay. I'm gonna put it in presentation mode. Let's just go through. So we got a clicker
Mic
pointed
check,
right
1, 2.
here.
Mic check, 1,
You're
2.
gonna see this
Matt,
is
can you give me a
telling us
thumbs
what to
up?
present our slide. So
Do I
just
click anywhere or I have to click
just
right
click
there?
there.
Welcome. Welcome to the 2021 Hammer Strength Clinic. We are coming to you today from bright and sunny Fort Myers, Florida. We're at Florida Gulf Coast University, home of the Eagles, and this beautiful new weight room. And would like to thank all of you for being in attendance today. We have a great lineup of speakers coming today and tomorrow, and it should be really fun and a lot of good information to share with you with these great line of speakers. Our first speaker is John Garish. He is in his 8th year of Director of Athletic Development and Performance at North Broward Prep, home of the Eagles, right?
Eagles.
As well. And he is also the head track and field coach. And he is the Director of Performance for the Florida Rugby Union. He did his undergraduate studies at Wagner College and his graduate studies at University of North Texas. Without any further ado, I bring to you John Garish.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to have a formal thank you slide. I want to make sure that, and really I was concerned that my thank you slide would miss somebody. So if I went ahead and mentioned all the people that I had to thank, I'd probably miss somebody. But absolutely thank you to Hammer Strength. Thank you to my people back at North Broward Prep, Coach Rosado here with me for all they do for me. I want to give some context before I go and get started on this presentation. A couple things. Number one, this presentation is largely going to discuss bounding for distance. So that's going to be a little bit different than what you see maybe in an acceleration-oriented bound. So something more like a triple jump type bound, something that you see. And really the reason that this became a big interest to me, and I'm going to explain my background and kind of what my history's been at North Broward, but we've seen a lot in the team setting, especially from an assessment standpoint. You know, I think we've started to see standing triple jump be an important assessment protocol that coaches have used in the high school and college level, maybe even beyond that. Bounding as a training method has been something that coaches have used. And of course, one of the big things that I'm going to talk about is some of those kind of just bumps and bruises that come from it, some of the lower limb pains that athletes and discomfort and stress that athletes often feel. And, you know, it took some real thinking of why. And, you know, if bounding was something that we really wanted to use, and I'll be honest with you, this presentation isn't going to be about, I'm not going to be a bounding apologist, if that makes sense, all right? I think that there is much better research from coaches and scientists much smarter than I that can discuss what the benefits are. I'm going to share with you some of the things that we've seen, most notably between obviously our bounding improvements. Top speed, max velocity, sprinting ability has seen great improvements in my opinion. We have a hunch that bounding had to do with that when we started to implement more bounding. And also some of the work that we've done with RSI values. So just looking at flight time, ground contact time, some other jump methods and plyometric methods that really, I don't know if I can necessarily, and I'm gonna touch on it a little bit deeper, but I don't know that we can necessarily say that old correlation versus causation. I don't know if I could say bounding's 100% the reason, but certainly we could connect the dots between those three things. Again, max velocity sprinting, bounding, RSI values that I'm going to talk a little bit more about. So as that context, all right, that's the context behind the bounding. I'll be completely candid with you. You're going to see a lot of track and field in this. I'm the school's strength and conditioning coordinator. I'm also the school's track and field coach. So where bounding really became a big interest of mine to study and implement with our student athletes, and this will be completely honest, we happened to get a student athlete to come to our school as a freshman that was an incredible young man, and I wanted to develop a little bit better relationship with him that I didn't feel like I had early on. And as a track coach, he was a triple jumper. He came in with some triple jump. And I was like, I want to learn triple jump a little bit better so that I can coach him a little bit better through that. So that's how it started, to be honest with you. It wasn't like I was a triple jumper in college. It wasn't like bounding was necessarily always something that I used. But starting to see and relating to that kid was something that was really, really beneficial to me. So I'm being completely candid and transparent here that yes, I have a unique experience. I have a unique position where I'm both the strength and conditioning coach and the track and field coach. You can of course see where the specifics of the triple jump bounding is going to be 100% in the conversation there. It is the #1 most specific KPI in my opinion. But we also saw some of those triple jumpers now become, they already, probably if you're a pretty good triple jumper, you're a pretty good athlete. We saw some more benefits, I felt like, when they were coming out of season, going into our summer program, some things kind of clicked for them, and now all of a sudden they were benefiting in their team sports as well, which is 100% the model for my track and field program. It is an off-season strength and conditioning program for our multiple sport athletes, although the in-season is track, if that makes sense. We'll do some events, but very much so the track practice for us, track season for us, is off-season training for those other sports. So the one thing that I feel like our student athletes struggle the most with is creating a disassociation between running and bounding. I'll discuss numerous reasons of why that is, but the number one thing that we start with is helping our student athletes understand that sprinting is not bounding. Now again, if we're talking about acceleration-oriented bounds, speed bounds, where the action is much more like an acceleration into a sprint, you could see where it might be a little bit more difficult to draw the line there. So generally we start with the bounds for distance so that they can feel the impulse, so that they can feel the plyometric effect, versus, although sprinting of course is a plyometric as well, but feel that there's a difference in the impulse, there's a difference in the timing, there's a difference in the postures and rotation that needs to happen. So the number one thing that we try to do is disconnect those dots between sprinting and bounding, which is of course counterintuitive because we're using bounding as a method to improve our sprint performance largely, which again, as a coach, we want to draw the lines. For our athletes, we want to disassociate. All right, so again, I mentioned our best bounders generally, and I know this makes sense, generally are our best fly sprint athletes. Talking about fly 30s, fly 40s, fly 50s, talking about longer distances, and hopefully you understand what I mean by that. Just a run-in, and you're talking about basically our athletes that are best at their top speeds. RSI values, very closely related as well. We saw that those athletes that tend to be our better sprinters at longer distances tend to also be our bounders for distance, also tend to have pretty impressive RSI values. All right, and the major, we had awesome triple jump success. All of those athletes, what I would definitely credit that to is some of their improvements in RSI values and of course going through this bounding progression that we're going to do. So that correlation, and also where some of the disconnect has to happen, horizontal velocity is still king. If there's one thing that I can pull from triple jump, from long jump probably even more so, your faster sprinters are typically going to be your better jumpers. Now, of course, you're going to get more technical once you go beyond that, but horizontal velocity is king. So same thing goes when we're going through our bounding progression. Same things when we're going through that bounding program, is understanding that there's going to be, horizontal velocity is going to be king. The manner in which we maintain that horizontal velocity is going to be quite different. Again, that's where we want to dissociate. So some of the differences that you're going to see are in distance bounding versus, again, kind of max velocity sprinting or being at upright postures sprinting. To me, bounding has to be more on the end of the continuum for relaxation versus excitation. And I'm not saying that it doesn't necessarily happen both ways and there's not going to be a proactive or an active swing that's not going to happen when bounding, or that there's no relaxation that has to happen at max velocities, because obviously it does. But again, when I'm just comparing the two, if we're just discussing the two, I would say generally speaking, an athlete that can kind of flip that switch and relax, quote unquote, a little bit more, usually is pretty successful at bounding. There's longer swinging levers there. If you think about, again, we're talking about purely at top speed sprinting. So levers shorten and lengthen. Same thing comes from the foot, the cyclical action. The leg's going to shorten, the lever's going to shorten, it's going to lengthen on contact. Whereas in bounding, generally everything's going to be a little bit longer and bigger ranges of motion. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so undulating kind of ranges of motions at top speed sprinting, bigger ranges of motions while bounding. Kind of in that same kind of conversation. When bounding, everything happens more distal to the center of mass, so the contact to those swinging segments, absolutely. Longer ground contact time, something generally that athletes are going to struggle with early on. Again, the athletes that typically have really impressive shortened ground contact times, whether going through a plyometric activity, an RSI test, or just pure sprinting, it's interesting to find that they also were the ones that could be a little more comfortable with those longer ground contact times. When they get it, of course. Again, just using terminology generally, because that ground contact is a little bit more forward relative to the hips, I liken it a little bit more to a pulling activity versus a pushing activity. That doesn't mean that there's not pushing out of the back when we're bounding. That doesn't mean that there's no pulling happening in sprinting. Again, it's just kind of the thought process of foot contact out front, pull, versus foot contact under the hip and push. A yielding versus more proactive, that kind of goes back to the initial relaxation versus excitation. And I'm not saying that you don't yield when you're at top speed sprinting, that meaning it's completely rigid and stiff when sprinting. That's not necessarily always the case, but again, it's a little bit more the case in my opinion in sprinting versus bounding that's a little more yielding. The ground contacts, the first point is the biggest thing that I'm going to discuss quite a bit. Bounding is going to happen more hind foot versus sprinting. Again, I know it's not going to happen on the toes. We don't coach our athletes to sprint on the toes. A little bit more midfoot, but certainly forefoot relative to what's going to happen when bounding. Those longer ground contact times, as I said, yielding early ground contacts, meaning it's a little more passive into the ground. Again, it's something that comes with patience. It's something that comes with thinking about when bounding, the activity happens more later in the ground contact phase versus when you're sprinting where you want some early ground contact force generation. A rolling contact versus a striking contact. Hopefully that makes sense. Again, hind foot, you're kind of rolling towards the toe. And again, not to say that that doesn't happen at top speed sprinting. It just happens in a little bit different manner, all right? And those contacts, again, well in front of the center of mass versus what happens, relatively speaking, right under the hip. In flight, I coach our athletes. Generally, the foot doesn't do much for you if it's just swinging in the air when we're sprinting. So I tell them to get the foot down. When in bounding, I tell them to hold those positions. So that's certainly different. Again, that comes with patience. That comes with sort of the more relaxation side of that continuum. Letting the ground come to you, same idea. Those long swinging levers I mentioned in the general differences. Again, it's a long action from the arms, it's a long action from the legs, and generally where you also see that, like when you see this athlete, that's quite a bit of backside action, meaning what's happening behind the hip, whereas that's not always. I think actually we have an over tendency and willingness and interest to coach athletes out of backside action, which sometimes is the answer, sometimes it's not. But generally speaking, when an athlete is at upright running at top speeds, the backside action when sprinting is going to be less than bounding. So that's something we coach as well, as allowing kind of the foot to be behind the hip. Rotation happens in both. Flexion, all sorts of movement, lateral flexion, where generally maybe I think one of my faults early on coaching sprinting was that it had to be like super rigid and everything happened to happen in a straight line, and obviously that's not the case. So I'm not saying that in sprinting rotation doesn't happen, but maybe it's a little bit more kind of specific to the smaller joints versus a more global rotation, or more, really what the difference between sprinting and bounding is sprinting is just a little more abrupt, and it might not be as visible because when you watch an athlete sprint, it looks like they're running in a straight line and not much rotation's happening. I assure you it's happening at the hip. I assure you it's happening at the torso as well. But you can see an elite bounder that's covering, potentially 14, 15 feet in a bound. That's something that's going to happen for them. All right, so back to that original question of one of the reasons that I feel like that we cut out bounding progressions, and I think this is not just myself and working with our athletes. I think a lot of coaches that work with in a team setting, college coaches, that generally are like, we can't do this anymore, is because that fear of putting our athletes in a position where they're getting hurt or they're not feeling right. Of course, we all want to stay away from that. So health and safety is always paramount for our kids. So when we check those boxes and make sure they're doing the right things, even when they are, why are they still feeling pains? All right. So I think there's a couple main points, and I'll end with the most important one or the most common one, I feel like, but too much volume too soon. And that comes with the territory, that comes with everything. One of the poor habits that I had early on was when going through these progressions, I would have a tendency to always want to revisit the previous progression. That was just kind of how I work in programming. It's like if we're trying to learn our squat pattern, it's not the end of the world to do 10 counterbalance squats, even if we're on the prisoner squats or something like that, some more advanced, slightly more advanced progression. Whereas in bounding, that could really hurt you. If I'm going to show you some of these progressions, if we're going in place bounds and then we're going bounds for distance, that now has accumulated quite a bit of volume that's going to put some stress on the lower limb. So poor hard training surfaces. A lot of us, some of us, I don't want to say there's only so much we can do, but when you minimize the volume, we can get a little more creative. I wouldn't bound our athletes on concrete. I don't bound them on the track. But to be honest with you, our turf is not soft, and we have some issues there sometimes. So understanding that and minimizing the volume even more, and understanding that, again, volume can kind of help with that, minimizing it. Inappropriate footwear. Honestly, you see both of these athletes that I'm showing with more forefoot contacts that I'm going to talk about, they have cleats on. I don't know that cleats are the most ideal bounding shoes. To be honest with you, the fact that there's a spike in the back of football cleats is better than them being out there in sprint spikes, I think, because they will feel a little more comfortable, I think, with the hindfoot contact. But again, I can't necessarily say that that's probably not the most ideal bounding shoe. But when we're working in our setting that everything has to happen really quick, we're not going to have the opportunity to be able to change shoes 3 times. We work with what we got. So again, understanding volume and minimizing volume and trying to set the athletes up in the best possible case scenario is what we can do around that footwear. The last one, the most important one that we see when we're bounding for distance, an athlete that's trying to strike with their forefoot, meaning the forward part of their foot, it doesn't matter. We could do 1 or 2 bounds and they're going to feel lower limb pain. If the athlete is trying to strike and trying to make contact with the forefoot when bounding for distance, it's bound to happen. And I don't like to necessarily speak in absolutes, but absolutely that's where we've seen the bulk of our issues is an athlete that's making forefoot contact. Not only are they not bounding really well, probably, it's looking more like a run or a deer run. And again, they're probably feeling pain as a result of that. All right, so this is just basically what I just said. There's no minimal amount of volume that's going to be good for forefoot contacts. There's no footwear that if an athlete's making forefoot contact, it's going to feel better. There's no training surface that's going to be great for them. And you'll see this young man that's making that contact, like considering he's a top, maybe the best, he's certainly the best triple jumper in the state coming back next year. He might be top 5 in the country. It's a good triple jumper. This is actually an activity that I'm going to talk about that we were bounding for height. That is a good method of teaching bounding for distance. However, we have to understand that the foot contacts are going to be more forward, so that's going to bring about some lower limb stress that we want to be conscious and cautious of. So where did I go wrong? I mentioned a few of these already. To be honest, start with one. I told you guys I've really started to use bounding or rethink my bounding in the last 2 or 3 years since taking on triple jump in track and field, and then also using it as an implemented training method for us in our team sports. Early on, I don't know that I had a reason. I think probably I watched some college coaches that were doing standing triple jumps or watched some college coaches that were doing acceleration bounds, speed bounds. I was like, oh, I want to use that for our speed development. And there probably wasn't really a reason for it. So I really failed there. I think that's where I'll start. Using cues like run like a deer. Not that, and deers prance, they don't really run. But sometimes for some of our athletes, actually that clicked. And they could think, okay, I need to run like a deer, and for one reason or another it clicked. But I would say for 80% of them, I'm still using that word run. And like I said, I want to disassociate running from bounding as best I can for the kids. So using that terminology in and of itself, I think was a failure on my behalf, on my part, because that wasn't the best cue, I think, to start with. Starting with speed bounds, I mentioned starting with distance bounds has been more helpful because speed bounds are so much more closely related in mechanics to an acceleration, to a sprint, that the further away we can get, we can kind of always come back to those speed bounds if it's something that we use. That's not a huge part of our program, to be honest. There's other methods that we use from an acceleration standpoint that I'm not going to get into. But absolutely, I feel like if you work the impulse, you work the distance of a bound for distance, you can always kind of come back to speed bounds. Along those lines, I became over-reliant on resistance. And again, that was more so in an acceleration speed bound because we wanted to set their lean a little more forward. The resistance helped them find positions that, again, great for acceleration mechanics, great for what's going to be immediately applicable there. But in terms of teaching bounding for distance, it was not necessarily the answer. And I already mentioned the kind of failure on my part of accumulating too much volume by revisiting previous progressions and thinking, you know, like I don't even know the stages of math, but I don't think a trigonometry teacher is going to, like, I guess you use algebra, I don't know. You get the point. They're not going to go, if you get to a point where you know what 4 times 4 is, I don't think you need to do 2 plus 2 every day. Maybe. I think we see this everywhere, and I had a coach kind of get on me and say that I was wrong for this, and I don't mind that. That's okay. Because, do we have this video? Or is this one of the ones that I failed? I don't think so. That's fine. You can see, this was Michael Jordan's obviously famous foul line dunk. One of the things that you see, number one, in all of these things, generally we see some sort of hind foot contact. Now, this contact that was his takeoff, all right? So what the coach that was mentioning to me and responded to this slide that I had was that, yes, he's probably a little more midfoot, if even forefoot, all right? But there was a contact that happened before that really kind of changed and altered his mechanics, his direction. That was really, I'm gonna go into it more specifically what that is. But there was absolutely a hind foot contact before he did kind of roll maybe and have his body more over that foot and make a more midfoot contact. But you see it everywhere. I mean, any sporting event, you're probably gonna see an athlete that's jumping for something, and they're gonna have to manipulate their body and manipulate their direction in a way that changes that direction while still maintaining or using those velocities. So another thing that we really like to use, I mean, our bounding progression is a part also of our skipping and galloping and hopping. Again, we're working with high school athletes, also working with middle school athletes. We could work with some students that are down to, we don't need to see 4-year-olds, but there will be times that we see some really young athletes either at one of our speed sessions that are just coming out and want to try something. So I always kind of go back to some PE type of training for one, but also revisiting those motor skills that probably were missed out at one point or another. Our lower school PE teacher is incredible. I think he's the best in the country, and he does a lot of this work, which is really cool to see. And I've learned a lot from him just purely on some of these things, among other things. But you know, most PE curriculums, they're probably not going through the hops, skips, gallops like maybe we would hope they would. So regardless, I still think even for our most advanced elite athletes, maybe post-grad, college kids, even beyond that, we're still gonna skip, we're still gonna gallop. If bounding is something that they're comfortable with and we wanna work in, we're gonna work in that as well. But you could see that there is, so the toe off, of course, that makes sense. It's the toe off, so their last point of contact is gonna be their toe. That's when the athlete, or in this instance, a non-athlete, is taking off from their toe, all right? And the landing still, especially if it's for height, which is in this particular instance, is going to be a little more forefoot, again, because it's for height, and I'm gonna discuss that a little bit more. Then the step contact, so the contact that's going to go into, so I'm skipping, all right, and then my contact to go back into the skip is a rolling contact that we start more hind foot. All right, so how do we find that way? So that's maintaining their velocity and enabling them to jump for height. How then, although a bound for distance isn't necessarily completely thinking about height, how do we use that when we're bounding? All of those instances, the reason for that, the reason for Michael Jordan, like I said, so now this is his penultimate step is what I would argue it as, all right, preparatory step, however you want to think about it. That was hind foot. That's what's changing his velocities so that he can change his direction. So I realized his dunk was still for distance because he was going from the foul line, but he darn better have gotten some height on it or else he wasn't going to get there. It's like a long jump. That really wasn't much different from a long jump approach, except with a little kind of curve into it. So why is that? And the answer is that penultimate step or preparatory step. In bounding, you don't have that. It's the reason why maybe we go back to kind of having to dissociate the difference between sprinting and bounding is because it is a cyclical action. The right leg is relatively speaking, doing the same thing as the left leg. And I realize we're going to have differences and we're going to have asymmetries. Ideally, we get as close to the midline as possible, but each step, each leg, the idea is to accomplish the same thing, all right? So it's not in a skip, okay, I'm taking off on my right, my step to my left, all right? That's not necessarily cyclical, although eventually it is, but I'm saying both legs aren't doing the exact same thing every single step. I don't think I need to show these. If you guys want to talk about what a gallop and skip is, I'd be happy to talk about them, and we'll discuss bounding plenty, all right? So those it is, and it doesn't have to happen necessarily in a step process. I will say that. I don't think, I think there's certain athletes, and one thing that I really want to preface all of these progressions with is saying that this is not a time-based progression, and that can be challenging for large groups, and we do kind of try to keep it on a time schedule, but it's not a chronological progression that we're going to do something for this amount of volume this week, we're going to do it for that amount of volume next week, that amount of volume week 3, and then we're going to go to the next progression. That's not really how I work anything in our programming. If there's one thing that I've kind of changed in working with high school and middle school athletes is thinking more from a standpoint of motor learning, skill acquisition versus it needs to be this way, X's and O's, and hopefully that makes sense. The best class that I took in grad school was motor learning and skill acquisition, and I still keep it with me to this day, absolutely, in working with high school athletes and understanding that although, it looks good on paper to say we're going to do this for 4 weeks, that for 4 weeks, that for 4 weeks, working with high school level kids is just very, very different and causes us to think outside the box. So another kind of preface for you, one of the things I feel like my weakness, I suppose, coaching-wise, is I'm not the best with my words. So I like to use things, again, that's kind of how motor learning has come into place. Some constraints that we've used have come into place because especially with bounding, especially with sprinting, something that happens so violently, so quickly, it is really hard to put words out there that's going to be relatable to 40, 50, 60 kids at once. So we like to use constraints. We like to use some learning progressions that can kind of be a mental trigger, so to speak, that'll help them feel, oh, this is what it's supposed to feel like. I want them to feel what I'm trying to say, or I want them to feel what I want them to hear. And generally, I don't do the best with my words to do that. So lateral bounding is our first progression, and I know that sounds quite counterintuitive. And I'll discuss this one pretty thoroughly. And he actually bleeds into his in-place bound, but we start with our horizontal bounds for a variety of reasons. So the everybody in this room, and I said, let's go bound on the turf, which I'm not going to do. But if I did that, they're going to do one of two things. They're going to deer run, which ultimately, what I mean by that is just basically try to elongate their running stride, all right? Or they might have the impulse of a bound, but they have some sort of diagonal kind of direction to them. You know what I'm saying? 45-degree type of action that they have to get lateral. So when you say that, and forgive all these words, I can just speak right through it. When you say that, why, if athletes have a tendency to go side to side when they're bounding, is it something that we would use to teach a progression? It seems counterintuitive to think, okay, if something that we want to coach our athletes out of, so to speak, is start with what they're struggling with. But what I'll say is impulse, timing, patience are much, much tougher to coach. And again, this might be a fault of my own in using words, but those are much, much tougher to coach than it is just to simply help the athlete change the direction of their bound. All right, so if they can get the patience, timing, patience necessary and postures necessary that will make it be a little bit off the track of sprinting, I feel pretty good about being able to help them line up. So what I see with our kids and why we like to start with this progression, and I'm not saying that we're going to go out and do speed skaters for high volume because everyone's going to be good at it, all right? But, and I'm working backwards here, the bulk of our athletes, if I tell them to stand on their left leg and bound to their right and land on their right leg and then do it continuously, it might not look good. They might not be very athletic, but the patience and the impulse is there. Versus if I told them to do that for height, they start doing something that looks like a high knee. Rarely are they going to, practice the patience necessary to make it look more like a jump. And very few are going to day one, if I told them to bound for distance, it would look like a bound for distance, at least that we want it to look like in an ideal scenario. So there might be some, and even if there are, that doesn't mean that the answer is to go right into a bound for distance. But again, finding something that all of our kids can generally do decently well, even if, again, they're not studs at it, that's a good method for me, or that's been a successful practice for us in implementing them. So what do they do there? Emphasizing distance instead of speed helps them get out of the mindset of sprinting. That yielding contact, I think that has to happen again. And I'm not talking about like immediate, like quick contacts. I want them to truly jump for distance laterally. Spending that ample time on the ground, I don't think I've still found the best word to use there in terms of time on the ground. Honestly, when I'm coaching our kids, I usually tell them to spend the most time on the ground almost possible, but make it continuous, because generally that if we over, I don't want to say over coach, but if we over stress something that we want the athletes to do movement-wise, maybe they'll find a spot somewhere in the middle of what they're doing right now. Using a greater surface area of the foot, it's not perfect, but still they're comfortable with not just making contact on the ball of the foot, inside edge of the foot, and getting back. And then allowing for heel contact. Again, the heel contact is going to be a little bit different, but again, just the fact that they're okay with making a full foot contact is pretty good for us. All right, there are some limitations. Certainly, that's why it's our first progression, and we're going to progress out of it ultimately. But the initial contact isn't exactly the same. Again, you're still kind of going to make contact, probably inside edge, and maybe roll and then roll back, just depending on who the kid is and how they move. But again, the fact that they're willing and comfortable making full foot contact is helpful. And then a double arm swing, meaning if you can kind of picture a bounder that'll bound more alternating, a little more like a sprinter, versus a bounder that'll use double arms like a swimming type arm action. Does that make sense? You get what I'm saying? So you could do both. Honestly, we've had some benefits teaching the double arm off the bat, and I've heard from some coaches that have used that off the bat, because again, this is more like a jump, whereas this is going to be more like a sprint. So maybe our athletes, again, to kind of help them disassociate. And then a big point, again, that I'm going to mention numerous times, this could be those lateral bounds, unless it's something that we really want to implement in our training strategy. If it's just a progression, that might be something that we're over and done with in a day. And it's just something that we can always kind of relate back to as context to say, hey, you remember what that impulse felt like when we were going lateral bounds, speed skaters, whatever you might term it. And we want that to now be felt in a more linear fashion. All right, so along those lines, and I know that he demonstrated in the first one anyway. But so ultimately what we want to get to now is go from lateral to vertical. And the good. All right, so we have that bleed that, again, hopefully the athlete feels that impulse on the lateral bound, and as they start to bring their foot more under them, they feel that same impulse. All right, but the thing that I'll say, again, is that forefoot contact that you'll see him make, okay, so again, as that foot comes more under him, That's what, think about a vertical jump. I don't see anybody vertical jump and land on their heels. Not that you would coach somebody to do that anyway. So understanding that there are some limitations there, and like I said, those toe contacts, those forefoot contacts, especially with that sort of jumping ability like he has or some of our higher level athletes have, that's going to put a lot of stress on the lower limb. So we have to really, really, really limit this volume. So it's almost like, all right, if we get a good part of the group that gets this, we're moving on. And we're not going to really revisit this very much because, again, that can be a lot on them. There's other things that we'll do in terms of hops in place. I would rather those forefoot contacts be saved for our true RSI testing, multiple hop testing, in-place hopping, versus using it as a learning progression for bounding. We'd rather move on. All right, one thing, and this young man doesn't really struggle with it, so you won't really see it as much, but adding an additional hop. One of the things that, so I was actually working with a young athlete, I think she was 11, and we were just doing in-place hops. I wasn't bringing her to a point, or in-place bounds. I wasn't bringing her to a point where we were gonna go bound for distance. And she just naturally, like she was struggling to get her body weight over that stance foot. Like she was kind of making it more like that kind of speed skater without, so she was having a little more, like it's not bad to have some midline lateral displacement. However, if our center of mass, center of gravity isn't followed with it, that's where we have an issue. So if the foot is distal to the athlete's hips, it's not going to be a jump. It's going to look more like a kind of like lateral high knee in place. So she did that, and that was the first time that I ever saw anyone do it, and I was like, wait a second, that makes a lot of sense. Because that additional hop, one of the other things that really helps with that additional hop is if an athlete is uncomfortable with spending the amount of time over that stance leg necessary to bound, which they will have a tendency to do. Again, sprinting is not very much time over that stance leg because the contact is so quick. Bounding, the ground contact is going to be longer. So if they don't feel comfortable with their body weight over that stance leg, adding that additional hop keeps them over that foot almost as if the foot is in contact, even if it's not. Does that make sense? I don't know if that, hopefully that makes sense. Adding the additional hop helps the athlete feel more comfortable from a timing standpoint, spending more time over that stance leg, even if there is an additional hop, because their body's not going back and forth real quick. Okay, heel hops are something that we use on a, I don't know that we have this video, right? All right, I'm gonna explain though. Heel hops are ultimately just a single leg hop, and I call them heel hops because I want the athletes to make contact with their heel, with their hind foot. Again, I'm gonna coach heel even if that's not necessarily what's gonna happen, because we can kind of coach them towards that midway point, that where we really want them to be. So heel hops are one of those examples that we use almost throughout the year, and we can use in our warm-up, whatever it may be. Again, certain lower intensity, but again, making that hind foot contact doesn't put too much stress. Again, if it's a low intensity movement, low amplitude type of plyometric, it's almost like how we treat our skips in the park in our warm-up, and it's something that we can use that again, helps with some of the things that we want to coach in bounding, but it's not necessarily the intensity that is going to happen through these bounding progressions. Were we unable to get this one? I think we were, and that's okay. All right, I'm going to explain what all of these are, but horizontal to vertical hops are now the progression off of it. So when we go to a more intense movement, the things that we want to see, again, generally the impulse where an athlete struggles is they get excessively forward or they have some lateral movement to them. So manipulating, and again, this is just a motor learning type of idea to me, changing the environment or changing the challenge for the kid. So when they make a more, excuse me. All right, so this is an example. This is me performing a hop for distance and then a hop for height. All right, if I were doing pure hops for distance or hops for speed on that single leg, I would probably be a little more over the midfoot or forefoot, especially if I was going for speed. The reason why we use hops for speed, again, is more acceleration mechanics. Everything's a little more forward, so the athletes naturally are inclined to demonstrate it that way. So when we add the horizontal to vertical, again, to change that velocity and change the direction of the athlete, a hind foot contact has to be made, all right? So that hind foot contact into the vertical contact, that's why we use these horizontal to vertical hops, all right? So I'll show our athletes that do it a little bit better. All right, it's going to be I don't know what just happened. It's pretty crazy. It happened every time he was going to do it, too. That's not the drill. That would be impressive, though. All right, let's see. Let's see maybe if the next one will work. A little bit better. Okay? Hopefully slow. Impressive to see him perform these. And the young lady that is behind him, all right, and I hope you can kind of see what she does. All right, now, either way, I can kind of explain what's happening and what I saw a lot. All right, Christian, the young man, could bound for distance, or hop for distance, rather, forgive me. He could hop for distance and probably cover 3 yards on that hop or so. And then when he hops for height, maybe a yard. Maybe a little bit more than that, but especially because he was going continuous. But when he was doing the one hop at a time, hop forward, hop for height, this young man who's a very high level triple jumper and bounder, like I said, because of his foot contact, he was able to go from distance to straight height, whereas the young lady was struggling. And I know he's going to have to play a little bit. This video is going to have to play a little bit. She was struggling because she wasn't as comfortable with that hind foot contact. So her distance actually wasn't bad, but she wasn't able to stop her horizontal velocity and get more height. All right, so you'll see her, she kind of like the hops for distance and hop for height almost look the same, whereas Christian's are obviously very, very significantly different. All right, so then again, now you see too, so in his hop for his, let me just walk you through it. All right, so when that, again, vertical hop, vertical jumping, more toe-y contact. So when he goes for height here, now his first contact down is going to be towards his forefoot, more towards the toe. His body's going to lean more forward. He's going to hop out for distance. It's more the kind of latter part of that ground contact versus here he's going to have to get hind foot. Does that make sense? So the main point that I want you guys to see is the necessity, the impulse vertical, although he's changing his horizontal velocity, when we're truly bounding, that's something that has to happen to get that impulse while maintaining that horizontal velocity. All right, maybe I'll show me performing all of them. Okay, and I'll let this play for a second. So you can see all of those progressions. So we'll go right foot forward, right foot height. So a hop, left foot forward, left foot for height, whatever it may be. All right, and then you'll go continuous. All right, and then you can go, sorry, I keep hitting this mic. And then you can go basically a hop, then a bound. All right, so that almost looks like a continuous triple jump, but the impulse is for height on the bound. So again, hop for distance, bound for height. All right, the final progression before going into true bounding is our hop bound combos. So the way that we'll go about this is now we're just pushing for pure distance. Again, everything should be relatively hind foot. So hops versus a hop is going to be on the same leg, a bound is going to be alternating legs. So we're going to go 5 hops on the right, a bound to the left, 5 hops on the left. All right, and then as we progress and as we get better, what we want to do is take some of the hops away and add some bounds. And of course, you could get more creative with it as you advance and do more bounds and 1 hop or whatever, but that's really just an advanced progression, not necessarily a learning progression. So when we go, again, hops are very necessary in teaching the mechanics of bounding and very helpful in teaching the mechanics of bounding. That, again, this is kind of how we work our way down to using, again, what the athlete hopefully is already comfortable with in the hops, and now just introducing to them a bound and hopefully, in an ideal scenario, kind of connecting the two. And then I don't need to show the rest, 3 right, 3 left, 3 right, 3 left, 2 right. Again, there's no perfect science. That's not what it's meaning. It's just meaning limiting the hops, increasing the bounds. Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to questions. If anybody wants to connect with me, whether it be more personal questions or just generally in general contact, QR code for my Instagram. I'll put my Twitter up in a second as well. Instagram's where I do the bulk of my communicating and professional type of stuff, among other things. And then Twitter, I'll put up in a second that I don't go on Twitter quite as much, but again, hopefully it'll be helpful if anybody wants to connect there. All right, bing bong. Any questions? What's up, man?
When you go into the queuing for upper body, what do you think about going into the US program? What you talk about?
Yeah, so cueing the upper body. Okay, sorry.
Can you repeat your question?
When it goes into the queuing for the upper body, when you start programming the swinging motion versus normal sprinting motion.
Sure. Yeah, so it's going to depend, firstly, it's going to largely depend on what the athlete does naturally. I'm not going to go too much into like force versus velocity-based athletes, muscle versus tendon-based athletes. Typically those like super springy, twitchy, internally rotating, fascially driven, velocity driven athletes. Again, forgive me, I know that's a topic of another presentation in itself, but those athletes like Christian is going to be a double arm bounder because he's just like a freaking spider. Like that's the way that he moves. Versus our more like running back types, power back types, like more muscular, really good accelerators. They're going to probably want to resort to that acceleration mechanics, which is going to be more swingy. So I enable them, I allow them to kind of figure it out on their own. Again, unless somebody's really having a tough time to get it, then I might introduce the double arm bound. But there's some things to look for. Generally, athletes that like don't know what to do with their arms, it helps to teach them the double arm bound, whereas some will naturally and alternating arm bound and bound really well. Then coaching and cueing it. The thing that I see our athletes maybe struggle with most, especially in an alternating arm bound, is their resistance to rotating. And I tell them that rotation is necessary and it's something that's going to benefit them. So there's some other things. I don't want to get too into detail with a block or anything like that. There's certainly more that goes into that, but that would be for like, I would save that for my sprinters or triple jumpers. That's not necessarily, if we're using bounding as our training method, generally it's fine what they're comfortable with. If they're really struggling with an alternating arm action, we'll go double arm. But from there, yeah, it's just finding what they're comfortable with and taking it from there. Did that answer the question? All right, cool.
How do you manage what one particular athlete can do naturally in a group setting? Like you said, like we need to take advantage of what they do naturally, but how would it be in the group setting, for example, in the high school?
Honestly, I feel like that's what has to happen, because if we tried to make everybody look the same, which is something that I had a tendency to do early in my career, if we try to make everyone do everything the same, now like you have to throw out millions of cues and you have to really overcoach the group, versus these are our challenges that we lay out to you. How does the athlete create the solution to that? And that's our entire program. Like in a nutshell, if I could sum up our program, it's that. It's lay things out for our kids to challenge them and enable them to create their own solutions for it. Obviously, that's not what I mean in terms of volumes and intensities, but especially out on the field, a lot of our movement skill type of work is going to largely have to do with that. So everybody's going to go through those. And I have videos of like our large group going through that whole progression, certainly on my Instagram, anything, I'd be happy to help that. You're going to see some kids that do it exceptionally well, some kids that don't so well. The things really that we're going to look out for in individuals is that foot contact, because again, if they're making forefoot contact, something's going to give, unfortunately, so that's where the pains are going to happen. And then I just had a tendency early on, like one kid had that shin pain and it was like, cut it off, whereas it was something that really could have benefited us as a group and I probably wasn't looking for the right things early on. So yeah, honestly, individualizing it has been the easiest way for individualizing it, so to speak, in terms of enabling and allowing the kids to figure out their own solution, has been the solution for us as a program with the large groups.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Do you do any testing before you allow your athletes to bound, as far as looking at Q angle or hip strength or anything to know that they're not going to be injured before you start doing bounds?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, short answer. We go through these progressions that we might identify somebody that's just not going to be ready for it and not going to be right for it. But for instance, probably the ones that we would have the most concern for are our lineman types, our heavier student athletes, where we can still go through, we've been able to go through some of the progressions, and they've even gotten to bounds for distance as an introductory type of progression. And then when we're really using it as training and using it as something that's in our on-field work, their volume would either be cut down or it'd be something that they wouldn't do at all, to be honest with you. So it's kind of, it's an in-progress type of evaluation of where a kid should be when.
Anybody else? Very good. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing all that great information with us.
It's my honor.
Appreciate it.
It is my honor. Am I going to move to the next?
Yeah.
Now you got the best speaker, the man, the myth, the legend, the best high school coach in the country, the guy that puts pressure on me on a daily basis to perform to the level that Micah Kurtz does.
That's good stuff. Good. Yes, with that, Michael Kurtz is our next speaker. He is the Director of Sports Performance at Windermere Prep Lakers. He has done his undergraduate studies at the University of New York at Cortland, his graduate studies at the University of South Carolina. He is also the National High School Strength and Conditioning Association State Coach of the Year. He's the 2016 National Strength and Conditioning Association, the NSCA, National Strength Coach of the Year. And without further ado here, you'll see he's getting mic'd up here.
Quick little break.
We're going to take a break first. You ready to go?
I'm ready. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Micah Kurtz.
Appreciate it.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank you guys for having us. Thank you, Hammer Strength, for putting this on. Great crew we got here in attendance. Thanks to all the Florida Gulf Coast. You guys interns or assistants or both? Assistants. Yeah. Great. We got the whole staff out here. Definitely difficult to follow the man, the myth, the legend, Coach Garish. That's my guy right there. He's as good as they come, so I appreciate him hyping me up, but he's the man for sure. So learn a ton from him. Great presentation right there. Looking forward to an awesome weekend here. So like mentioned, I'm the Director of Strength and Conditioning at Windermere Prep School in Orlando, Florida. K through 12 school, so it's a very unique opportunity where it's a private K through 12 school. They allow me a lot of flexibility to do a lot of entrepreneurial stuff, which I'll touch on in this presentation. And then being a K through 12 school, I'm able to build out more of a long-term athletic development program where we're not just working with our 9th through 12th graders. We're able to expand it all the way down to we've expanded it down to really to 5th grade, really, where they come see me. And then also working with all of our phys ed teachers in the lower school and middle school to be able to incorporate some type of athletic development program in their PE program. So what I'm going to talk about is just an overview about how we build an age-appropriate strength and conditioning program to meet your athletes where they are. This quote is something that hangs in my office and something that really I think talk about at every one of my presentations, and I really hope it shapes shapes my coaching style. One coach will impact more people in a year than most people do in a lifetime, is by Billy Graham. And it's really, 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 really something that I don't take lightly. Like, we can make a positive impact or a negative impact. And I'm sure a lot of us can think back, the reason we're in this profession, and the reason we're in strength and conditioning, the reason we're involved in sports is because one of our coaches had a great, great, great impact on our lives. But I also can look at some coaches that really had a negative impact that I didn't want, that now that I'm in this profession, when I'm coaching my athletes, I'm like, I don't want to be like that coach. So that's something that I think about daily. And then us in the strength and conditioning field, the impact that we can have, I think, is even bigger than a lot of sport coaches, because we're around our athletes even more than those sport coaches. We're around them year round. So the impact that you can have is huge. And then being at the high school level and being able to be there, this is my 4th year at Windermere Prep. We started working with some of those kids in 6th grade. Hopefully they keep me on for the next 2 years, and I'll be around them for 6 of the most formidable years of their lives, formative years of their life. So it's something that I don't take lightly, and so shout out to everybody that's in this profession for sure. We can make a huge impact. So what I'm going to touch on, the core values in designing a program. I think all of us, if involved in a strength and conditioning program, we need to be able to explain the why behind what we do, especially at the high school level, where we're dealing with many different types of parties that are involved. The head coaches, the administrators, the parents of the athletes, and then the athletes as well. We got a lot of people asking questions about what we're doing. Briefly touch on some of the injury reduction assessments that we do with our athletes, and how I think it's hopefully helped reduce injuries, but it's also helped buy-in with our athletes and coaches and the parents of those athletes. And then go over our block 0 to 4 setup, and we actually go all the way down to 6th grade with our block 0 to 4 setup. If we don't have much time at the end, there's all my contact. My Instagram and Twitter is @KurtSem3, email address, phone number. Email me, text me, DM me, any questions you got. Let's connect. So being at the high school level, or at the K through 12 level, we're dealing with our principals or lower school directors or middle school directors that they don't really have an idea what we're doing. And I'm teaching weightlifting classes, and they probably think, well, he's just down there in the weight room, they're just lifting weights, he's yelling and screaming, there's no rhyme or reason behind what they do. And so they might not place an emphasis on what we do from an educational background. But I tell all of our kids, the first time they come to my class, welcome to the most important class you're ever going to take in high school. And they kind of laugh, and they're like, this isn't math, this isn't science, that we don't need this to get into a good college. But I'm like, no, the things you're going to learn in here, you're going to use for the next 30, 40, 50, 60 years of your life. No disrespect to your other classes. Those are all obviously very important, but maybe 1% of you are going to use calculus past high school or past college. So the stuff that you're going to learn in here is extremely going to make you not only healthier, that's going to have you lead a better life, but also being able to work together, being able to overcome obstacles, overcome failure, work as a team. That stuff is you're going to be able to use for the rest of your life to be a better brother, better sister, better future husband, future wife, better employee, better boss. But when we're talking to our administrators, our principals, this is what I tell them. What's your goals? What are you guys doing in your strength and conditioning program? So I want to talk like an educator. And we all do this stuff, but we might not explain it in that stuff. I want to design a differentiated needs analysis, athletic development curriculum through proper exercise progressions, regressions, and individualized assessments. And when you say that, that's hitting on every topic that a school principal thinks of when they think about creating a lesson plan, meeting every kid where they're at, progressions, regressions, individualized assessments. And we all do that in strength and conditioning. But to be able to talk like an educator to a principal goes a long ways for them buying into what we do in the weight room. So our core values. I've stole these from some of my biggest mentors, Gary Schofield, who I think Gary Schofield kind of took them from Mike Boyle, and then these kind of took a spin on them to myself, but these are definitely not completely came up with by myself. So having a set of core values obviously is extremely, extremely huge. And what I said in the beginning about being able to, we have everybody who's asking the why behind what we do. I work with 20 different sports teams. I have 3 different athletic directors. I have a high school principal. I have a head of school that are all asking what I'm doing. Then I have all of my athletes. Then I have the parents of all of their athletes. Then I might have a private sector trainer that he goes to where we're trying to work together to create a unified program. So to be able to explain the why behind what we're doing goes a long ways, and it's gone a really long ways. This is my 4th year here, and when I got here, like we have some really good athletes. We have some very, very, very successful parents that obviously want the best for their kids. They're paying a lot of money to go to our school, so they want to know that I know what I'm talking about. So I remember when my first year that I was at Windermere Prep, this came huge when they would say, hey, what are you doing to prepare my daughter to play volleyball in college? What are you doing to prepare so-and-so to be an elite level baseball player? And being able to say, hey, these are our 5 core values, and being able to spin it towards whatever sport they play goes a long way. So number 1, we want to protect the athlete. Everything that we do in our program is to protect them from getting injured in the sport they play, and obviously to protect them from getting injured in the weight room. Number 2, we want them to move well. They have to have good mobility, good stability, learn proper fundamental movement patterns before advancing in our program. Like I said, we can have 6th graders all the way through 12th graders, and we might even have 8th graders or sometimes even 7th graders on our varsity team, so they're training in the varsity training time. So we could have a 7th grader that's first day in the weight room, but he might be a really good athlete and he's on the varsity team, and then a 12th grader that's been in the weight room for 3, 4, 5 years. So they're not going to be all doing the exact same program. So being able to explain, hey, if you want to advance in our program, you have to have mastered these fundamental movement patterns. Number 3, what you think of, obviously, when you think of being a strength coach, we want them to move strong. Once they have proper movement patterns, then we're going to start to load them. We're not going to ever load on top of dysfunctional movement. And being at the high school level, I think we have one of the easiest jobs to get them stronger. They're going through puberty. They're going to get stronger, but we want to protect them and be able to advance them at the right pace while keeping them healthy and having good fundamental movement patterns. Number 4, we're always going to incorporate some type of linear speed development or some type of change of direction, reactive agility in our programming. And number 5 is listed last. But like I said, we can have an unbelievable impact on these kids' lives. We want to use the weight room to teach them to thrive in all areas of life. And like I said, every time they come in the weight room, this is something we talk about that we stole from Jerry Boone. We want them to embrace the process of becoming the best at getting better. We talk about it all the time. Our philosophy in the weight room, embrace the process of becoming the best at getting better. And if you learn that, and take that to all areas of life, you're going to go on and do great things. If every single day you go in the classroom, want to get a little bit better, you're going to end up being a better student. Every day you go home and want to be a better brother or sister, you're going to end up being a better person. Go on, graduate, and you want to be a better employee, be a better boss every single day. That's your goal. It's going to lead to great things. So that's something that we really want to teach and harp through our strength and conditioning program. So moving into how we assess our athletes. We all assess our athletes in strength and conditioning. We all assess our athletes in some type of strength, speed, and power assessments. These are some of our assessments. We've also added in the 10-yard dash. Obviously, these are not the only assessments you can do, but obviously anybody that's involved in a strength and conditioning program, you assess your athletes in some type of strength, speed, and power. And because you assess them in that, it matters to them. They know they're going to test in the squat. They want to improve their squat. They know they're going to test in the 40, so they want to improve their squat. But we as strength coaches understand, let me go back, this slide's a little out of order. We understand the importance of nutrition, hydration, stress, recovery. And what gets measured matters was something that Gary Schofield told me a few years ago. what gets measured matters. Because we test our athletes in the 40 and the bench and the squat, it matters more to them. Do we assess our athletes in recovery, in injury reduction assessments, in hydration? When I looked at my program, I was like, no, I mean, I talk to them about it, but I don't assess them about it. So if I'm not measuring it, how much does it really matter to them? So I started to add in and go back and say, hey, what can I do to make this more important to our athletes? And some of the stuff that we incorporated, part of the functional movement screen. We don't do the whole functional movement screen. We really only do the push-up stability test. Who's here familiar with the push-up stability test? A lot of you. So basically, all it is a modified push-up, a little bit more of a difficult push-up for guys. We only do from the scoring from a 2, so they got to be able to do a push-up with their thumbs at chin height. And we're looking for their body to come up in a straight line. For females, they got to be able to do a push-up with their thumbs at clavicle height. And we're looking for the body to come up off the ground in a perfectly straight line. If they cannot do that, they fail the push-up stability test. If you fail the push-up stability test, you do not advance in our strength and conditioning program until you pass it. So what I mean by you do not advance in it, you will not be able to back squat if you fail the push-up stability test. Your core is too weak. We need to improve your core strength. You will not be able to do any type of overhead pressing movements with the barbell until you pass the push-up stability test. And that's something that protects the athlete from getting injured. Obviously, we're going to still get them stronger. We're going to still work to get them stronger, but we're not going to put them at risk to get injured. It also protects ourselves. There's a lot of kids that come to the weight room. They've never trained before. They've been playing lacrosse their whole life, playing baseball their whole life. They might have some pre-existing back injury. If it flares up in the weight room, the first thing people are going to blame is the strength and conditioning coach. So that protects the athlete, but also protects the coach as well. Especially the clearing test as well. There's a clearing test with it where they'll do, cobra pose and then child's pose, and you'll just ask them if there's any pain with it. They have pain in their lower back doing that, then we'll refer them to the athletic trainer. If they have pain, we want to make sure that they get cleared from that first. And then the ACL hop and stop test and conduct athlete readiness surveys is something that we've also incorporated. I'll discuss that more. But again, we want to measure nutrition, hydration, stress, recovery, and injury reduction assignments. So conduct readiness scores, this is just athlete readiness scores. We use a company called Conduct. There's plenty of companies now. I know Team Builder and probably Train Heroic and a lot of the other companies use that as well, where you just have a survey with your athletes. They fill this survey out every single day where they rate themselves on a score from 1 to 5 on some different categories. For our athletes, it's just how many bottles of water they drank the day before, how many meals they had the day before, how big of a breakfast they had that morning, how many hours did they sleep the night before, what their academic stress level is, what their emotional stress level is, and they'll score themselves on that. And that's the survey they get texted to their phone every morning. It takes 2 minutes to fill out. Then on the right, that comes back to my computer, and I'll see how they all scored. That's for my class. I got them broken down for my classes or my workout groups. If they're in the green, means they scored themselves all pretty well. If they're in the yellow, they might have scored themselves a little bit lower. If they're red, they probably scored bad in all of those categories. And that was a way for me to get an insight on what they've been doing in the 23 or 47 hours since I've last seen them last. So I can say, hey, John, you came in, slept 10 hours the night before, had 10, you don't normally do that, huh? I should switch that. John, you slept 2 hours the night before. You didn't eat breakfast. You drank 1 bottle of water. Like, what's going on? And that might be, you might say, hey, I was out all night partying, or he probably won't say that, but he might be like, hey, something's going on at the house, or something, my parents are going through something, I'm stressed out. And so that's a way for us to connect on them on a different level, but also might have to modify the workout. It might be if he's an athlete that I trust, but I know he's not feeling good that day, hey, we got 4 sets of 5 at 80% back squat today. Let's switch it to a goblet squat or a rear foot elevated squat. Let's let's set you up for success so you don't fail on your squats. Or it could be, again, coach could come in, like the first example, he slept 10 hours the night before, drank 12 bottles of water the day before, had a big breakfast, feeling good, he's all in the green. I'm like, hey, we're squatting today, 4 sets of 5 of them. First 2 sets at 80% are easy. Let's go up. So it's a way to auto-regulate your athletes, and also, again, a way to get to know them more and see what's going on in their lives as well. And that's been something big. And a big thing that I said for like what gets measured matters is we measure the water. We measure your water intake. They're not getting tested on it. I'm not really. They can lie on it, but we all know our athletes. We know our athletes, if the ones that are making up stories or not. But I've had parents of my athletes be like, hey, thanks for what you said to so-and-so. Like, I've been telling him to drink water for the last 5 years, and he never will drink water, and now he's carrying around a gallon jug of water. So thanks for what you did. And I'm like, well, I haven't done that much different. I told him the same thing that you've been telling him, but we are doing that survey every day, and so since we are measuring it, it probably matters to him more. It's more in the front of his head, so it's just a little way for them to think about it more. They know they're writing down how many hours they slept the night before. Hopefully, maybe they'll get off TikTok 30 minutes before and go to sleep a little bit early. So hopefully some of that stuff, just because we're measuring it, even if it's an informal measurement and we're not testing them on it, it matters more to them. This is something that's been big. ACL hop and stop test. Anybody familiar with ACL hop and stop test, Coach? Coach Garish, we actually did this presentation at NetCon probably 5 years ago, and he was my model, my demonstrator for it. So he's very familiar with it. He's awesome with it. But this is what it is. Measures ankle dorsiflexion, single leg force production, and single leg force absorption. And I'm just touching on this real quick. I have an entire presentation. I think I recorded one of them during COVID that I could just send you the whole presentation with the voiceovers on it. But what it does is it's been shown through research that if there is an asymmetry between single leg force production or single leg force absorption of greater than 10%, you're over 2.5 times more likely for a major knee injury. So we can do that assessment and see if they're in the high risk category, and then we're going to add in some quote unquote corrective exercises to help get the body more symmetrical. And it's been big for us. It's been big for us for, knock on wood, reducing injuries. We've been blessed with not having that many injuries, but it's also been huge for buy-in, especially working with young athletes. There's still that stigma from a lot of parents, and understandably so. They want to protect their child. They want to make sure their child is in the safest place possible. And there's that stigma that, oh, you could get injured in the weight room. So they think of us, the people in the weight room, all they want to do is get them bigger, faster, stronger. That's what they're doing. But now we're doing that, and they're saying, hey, coach is doing this to help protect our athlete from our son or daughter from getting injured as well. So we'll have that sheet. That sheet will come back with their scores. It'll tell them their asymmetry or symmetry percentage and between their right leg strength and left leg strength, and right leg force absorption and left leg force absorption. Show them what their percentage is. Show them if they're in the moderate, low, or high risk category, and we'll give it to them, and they'll take it home, and they'll say, hey, Mom, Dad, like, I got a 12% asymmetry between my right and left leg. Coach says I'm in the high risk category. That doesn't mean that I'm going to have a knee injury, but he says he's going to do some stuff to help reduce that asymmetry. So hopefully it's doing a lot to help reduce injuries, but it's also, I think it's done a lot to help increase buy-in from the parents of our athletes as well. And again, if you have any questions on that, definitely send me a message. I have a whole presentation on that. So getting into how we break down our programming from a block 0 to 4 setup, we really start in the summer of 6th and 7th grade with our athletes, and they come 2 days a week in the evenings. And the goal, we call this FAST, Future Athlete Speed and Strength Training. And the goal of it is to empower them to become better at everything they do, really teach them. That's our philosophy of what we want to accomplish in our strength program. We want them to learn and embrace the skill of hard work, teach them especially how to load properly and the ability to decelerate, and that's something that we really work on in our sprint and change of direction progressions, and also in our ACL hop and stop test. That's one of the tests in the ACL hop and stop test. Working on mobility, stability, hammering their core strength. None of them have any type of core strength. Teaching them proper, obviously, fundamental movement skills, movement technique, and then really trying to teach them how to have some intensity and some purpose in our strength and conditioning program. Another thing, with all of our athletes, but we started with our young athletes, we always have a survey just to figure out how they like to be coached, what their goals are, and again, to be able to get a little bit more of an insight onto what they're about. And so some of the questions that we have, what's the 3 most important things in your life? And so we'll have individual meetings with them and be able to talk about it. I mean, it's one of the things that I'm a Christian. If they say, "Hey, God's the most important," I'm not at a Christian school. We're not really talking about it openly in classes like at a Christian private school. But hey, we have a meeting and he says, "Hey, Jesus is the #1 thing in my life," and I'm like, "Hey, I'm a Christian too. Jesus is the #1 thing in my life too." And we can now have that common bond where hopefully we have more of a trust level between each other just because we have a common bond. Not just about Christianity, anything that we have a common bond on. So that's something. Also, just what are what's your athletic development and character development missions? One thing that's big is what coach or teacher has been most influential in your life up to this point and why. And if it's a coach or teacher at my school, I'll share it with that coach or teacher and say, "Hey, so-and-so said you've been the most important teacher in their life." And it just means a lot to the teacher. And again, it helps them create a closer bond as well. Who do you look up to and why? Most of them will say their mom or dad. If they're in 8th or 9th or 10th grade, they probably don't talk to their mom or dad very much. So they write that down and I send it to their mom or dad. It's going to go a long ways for helping them have a better relationship as well. So that's just something, especially we started with our young athletes. I don't know them from the day they come in, so that's a way to create that trust level. And then this is what we talk about a lot with them when they come to me. Like our middle school is on campus, but is on the entire other side of campus. The only time they come to the weight room is if they're coming to church. The only time they come to my side of the campus if they're coming to the weight room. So every time I tell them, when you come over here, you are not middle schoolers. You are not in middle school. I'm going to treat you like a high schooler. I'm going to treat you like a young adult. I expect you to act like one. So we talk about accountability, non-judgmental, and responsibility. Accountability and responsibility. If you're going to miss a workout, you're emailing me or you're coming and telling me why you're missing a workout. I don't want your mom or dad coming and emailing me. I don't want you just not showing. We want you to have some accountability and responsibility. You're not a middle schooler anymore. Non-judgmental. They're all at different puberty levels. They're all at different ages and development levels. I don't care who's the fastest. I don't care who's the strongest in 7th grade. I've seen so many kids that in my time at the high school level that were not the best athlete in 7th and 8th grade, and then one went on to win 2 national championships at Clemson in football. He wasn't there was one that was supposed to be the best athlete, and he ended up not even in 8th and 9th grade, and he never ended up even playing college football because he was at a much higher athletic, what's the word I'm looking for, John? Developmental level. He just said advanced earlier. So we're not worried about who's the biggest, fastest, strongest. So I don't want, when we're in the weight room, I don't want you guys comparing and laughing at each other and saying, "Hey, he's benching the bar. I already got 95 pounds on the bar." No, we're all in here to get a little bit better. We're not judging each other, especially at that age when they're at so much different puberty levels. What we talk, these are some of the focus of it. Mobility, stability, really hammering core and hip strength, dynamic movement prep. Again, I have an entire presentation that I've done on our dynamic movement prep. We hammer it into our young athletes. It's quote unquote our warm up, but it's focused on mobility, stability, flexibility, lower body power, lower body strength, and the ability to absorb force, and incorporates sprint and change of direction movements, all in our dynamic movement prep. And we hammer it into them at a young age, saying, hey, this is not a warm-up. If done properly, you're going to get faster, you're going to get stronger, you're going to get more explosive, and you're going to get more flexible, and you're going to do stuff to reduce injuries. Don't go through the motions on this stuff. So we really want them to learn the importance of our movement prep at a young age. Squat exercise is the #1 exercise in our program. Eccentric, isometric squats, wall squats, which are not sitting up against the wall, they're facing the wall. I'll go over that more. Those have been huge for us. Really focusing on our landings and on our jumps, really focusing on our change of direction technique and sprint technique. And then we want them to compete, but we also want them to have fun and enjoy coming. We want them to work hard, but we want it to be a place that they enjoy coming to. And then moving further, this is something that we're blessed to do at private school. They give me opportunity to have a little bit of an entrepreneurial spirit with me. We all probably don't make as much money as we would like to. It's not a bad thing to want to make more money. I think sometimes as strength coaches or educators, it's like a badge of honor. It's like, oh, I work 80 hours a week, but I only make $30,000. That's not really a badge of honor. But so they give us an opportunity. So you see, we run this program with our 6th and 5th through 8th graders at 6 p.m. at night. And that's an extracurricular activity that's not included in what that's included with their school tuition. So they allow us to charge a nominal fee to do that, and its ability to create additional value for yourself, additional revenue, and become an asset to the school. Because the school being a private school, they do take a percentage of what we make. So say throughout the year we bring in $30,000, $40,000 on that, the school is taking $25,000, they're getting $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 back. So it's like, hey, Coach Kurtz, his salary might be, say, $50,000, but he's giving us another $8,000 back. You become a little bit less of an expense and more of an asset to the school. I never really thought of this till I got to we're a private for-profit school, we're a real company. This is a quote, being an employee of several different companies, I can honestly say that I felt like nothing more than a line item on a spreadsheet somewhere that an accountant is desperately trying to eliminate. That's not what I'm saying. I feel like that's a quote, but that's what a lot of companies look at their employees as a expense, not as an asset. So if you can do something where you can give them back money, you become more of an asset. So like I said, we run these at night. We charge is not much of a fee, but it's a way to bring in extra revenue for myself. I don't have a full-time assistant. I have a volunteer assistant, and he helps me with a lot of our workouts during the day, just straight up volunteering, but then he helps me with stuff like this, and that's a way that he can get compensated. So we pay him for that through that. So it's an awesome way to get an extra assistant and also become more of an asset for the school, help out more kids, and make a little bit extra money yourself as well. So that's our block 0. Moving on into our block 1. This is our 8th graders. They start with us. They really mainly start with us like February of their 8th grade year for our guys' sports and our girls' sports, because with soccer being a winter sport, the majority of our girls play volleyball or run cross country or play basketball or play soccer. So in February, their season's over. The majority of our guys play football or basketball. So by February, their seasons are over. This is our welcome to the lab. This is when we call the lab the weight room. This is when they really get into the weight room with us. This is our barbell 101, when they start using a barbell. We've been blessed to have good success at Windermere Prep. Even before I got here, they had a great strength coach. He created a great culture of work ethic in the weight room. And so we talk to those kids when they come in the weight room, hey, you need to protect the culture of the guys and girls that came before you. We have pictures of some of our athletes that have accomplished great things in the weight room, hanging up in the weight room. I'm like, you need to respect those people that came before you. Protect protect the culture that they brought. So it's not just come in here and go through the motions. These people won a lot of championships before you. You need to protect that culture. So it's our Barbell 101. That's when they get in the weight room. And again, we want to work on teamwork, accountability. Now it's barbell technique and progressions. Teach a sense of urgency. These workouts we will actually once we get into the workout, once we're done with the teaching progressions, we will go on the whistle, where say there's 3 people in a rack, one person's doing a movement in the rack, one person's spotting them, third person's doing an auxiliary movement, and they'll rotate on my call. So we have a faster pace. Teaching them to work together. If they got to change the bar, now they're working together. Hey, put a 10 on the bar, take the 5 off. So they got to work as a team as well, have a sense of urgency. We don't do that really as much as long as our high school teams are doing a good job and working hard in the weight room. We don't go on the whistle, but we want to teach them how to move quickly and work together at a young age. And then we want them to compete, obviously. We want them to work hard, but we want them to have fun. These are the list of exercises that we teach in a progression, kind of like John was talking about how he got away with that from his bounding, but if he's doing squats, he'll always go back to the fundamentals of the squats. And so we'll teach a new movement every single week and add on to what we learned the week before. And so this is kind of how we'll go from February going into the end of the school year. And if they're in 8th grade, then in the summertime, they'll roll right into our high school group trainings. So push-ups, always start with push-up stability tests, hip raises, hip thrusters, because none of our young athletes have any type of glute strength. Squats, we'll go from an air squat to a goblet squat to a rear foot elevated squat to a front squat. Push-ups, pull-ups, inverted rows, we'll go from a Romanian deadlift, RDL, to a dumbbell deadlift. They obviously, as soon as they come in the weight room, they want to bench press. So even if they don't need to barbell bench press in 8th grade, we're going to allow them after the first few weeks to make it a place that they enjoy coming to, and then we'll go a hang high pull to a hang clean, and then the last exercise we'll teach is the push press into the push jerk. Our squat progressions. This has been something that's been big for us. Again, with all of our athletes, we'll have in our group trainings, we could have an 8th grader in there, we could have a 12th grader in there. So we want to create a unified but not uniform program. So it means they're all unified where they're training towards the same athletic development goal, but it's not uniform where they're all doing the exact same exercise. And again, that's something that's been big when I had to write lesson plans for my weightlifting classes, and we have SLOs, they're called student learning objectives. And what's my student learning objectives with the squat when teaching it, when having these different variations of the squat, addressing the needs of tier 1 and tier 2 students and students in the middle with the intent of accelerating learning. When you say that to an administrator, they don't look at you as just a dumb strength coach. They're like, oh, this guy's doing some actually learning objectives. But so we'll teach just a bodyweight squat to a dumbbell squat, then to a front squat, then a wall squat where they're facing the wall. They must be able to do this in order to back squat. They all want to come in and back squat. So this is a way to maybe give them a goal to achieve before moving on to the back squat. I'm going to go over wall squat in a minute. And then nobody back squats until February of their 9th grade year at the earliest. So if they start with me in 7th or 8th grade, they've been training with me for a year and a half, 2 years before moving on to the back squat. The wall squat. So he's just facing the wall. No video. That's all right. So basically you can see right there. Oh, there we go. So he's facing the wall, and he really needs to push his butt back and push his knees apart like we all teach the proper squat progression. They're going to fall backwards. You'll see he has a spotter behind him. A lot of times they can't do it properly, so that spotter is going to have his hand right on his upper back so he can still push his butt back and push his knees apart. But in order to move on to the back squat, they need to be able to do it without a spotter. And this is something that I've been implementing for like the last 7, 8 years and learned from Donnie Thompson, world famous power lifter. He gave a presentation once. I think he squatted over 1,000 pounds at the high point of his career. And he was at a powerlifting meet and he saw like some crazy Russian dude, he said, doing these wall squats before warming up. And he's like, what are you doing? And he's like, wall squats. These have been huge for my mobility and my technique. And Donnie was like 42, 43 years old at the time. So he said he implemented in his program, and in like 6 months, he went from squatting almost 900 to squatting over 1,000 pounds. And he was like, I was 42, 43 years old. I didn't get stronger. I just improved my form, improved my technique, and it made my squat grow up. So that's something that I go over with our athletes daily when we're doing that. I'm like, hey, older guys, older girls, like you can always improve your technique. Don't just go through the motions on these wall squats. Younger guys, younger girls, you want to advance in a program, you want to put the barbell on your back, you better learn how to do these squats. And even at my previous school, our baseball coach was a big proponent of the weight room, and he absolutely loved these, and he swore by these once we introduced these, where he was like, these have just like opened up our athletes' hips so much, felt like his baseball players were hitting the ball better. I don't know if that was the case, but I'll take the credit for it if he's going to give it to me. So these have been something that's been huge, but our athletes do these every single day before going in the weight room. They come to me 3 days a week, especially on squat day. They'll definitely hit a few reps, a few sets of those, and it's one of the benchmarks to move on to the back squat. So that's our block 1. Then moving on to block 2. This is our 9th graders. This is our 9th graders once they've passed the wall squat and they're moving on, no, this is still our 9th graders even if they have not passed the wall squat. The number 1 movements that we're incorporating, the front squat, the trap bar deadlift, and the hang clean. And again, it's unified but not uniform. So we'll have 9th graders in our program with the 12th graders. They're not doing the same movements. And this, again, we have a theme for every block. This is where athletes are made. This is where athletes are made. The athletes are made in the weight room. So now we start to progress the weight. They'll start loading up on the trap bar deadlift if they have good form. Start loading up on the front squat if they have good form. They're going to start to see gains and get stronger. This is, if you want to be a good athlete, this is where athletes are made in the weight room. And then our block 3 programming. Our block 3 programming. These are our Iron Lakers. These are where they'll stay. These are where they'll stay for probably most of their high school career. Only our elite athletes move on to block 4. You have to earn the right to move to block 3. So you have to be able to pass the wall squat. You have to be able to pass the push-up stability test before you're moving on into block 3. So you have to earn the right to move to block 3. And this is when they'll move on to the back squat, the full clean. Sometimes we don't really do much of a straight bar deadlift. We more of a trap bar deadlift. But this is when they'll really move on to back squat and the clean. And then it's also athlete centered. So with our surveys, with those surveys that I talked about in the beginning, those questionnaires, what are your goals? What are your athletic development goals? What are your strength goals? I'm going to develop a program according to their goals as long as it meets my goals for them. So what I mean by, if I have a football player and he plays linebacker and he's 6'2", 165 pounds, and he plays middle linebacker, and he says, in his goals, he's like, and he runs, say, a sub 540 and squats 185 pounds, and he comes in and he says, hey, my goals are to get faster. And I'll be like, well, no, if you're going to want to be a linebacker, you got to get a lot bigger and a lot stronger. So then we'll go over that, and create a program according to those goals. But if he's correct on his goals and he says, hey, I want to play linebacker at the next level, I know I only squat 185 pounds, I got to get a lot bigger, a lot stronger, we're going to create a program that's more to build size, a more hypertrophy program to really get some size and get some weight on him to gain weight. So it's athlete-centered where they maybe have a little bit more of an input, as long as that input that they have goes along with the philosophy of the coach and myself as well. But most of them understand, hey, I'm a 6'2", 225 middle linebacker at 16 years old, but I run a 5'4", but squat 400. Do I need to keep getting him to squat 500? No, I need to get him faster and more powerful and more explosive. So we'll create a program according to those needs. So where there is more individualized and athlete-centered, where we have that conversation with them about what their needs are. And most of these, they're very smart kids. They understand once we explain what their needs are. And then, like I said, we'll have athletes of all ages in the weight room at the same time. These are going to be some of our older athletes that are in the weight room. And we really want them to lead by example. And so we talk to the themes and conversations we have with them. These are our 11th graders, and a lot of our 12th graders are still in block 3. If your presence doesn't make an impact, your absence won't make a difference. So make a positive presence in the weight room. Don't just be a wallflower. Talk to the young kids. Help coach up the young kids. Let your effort be louder than your mouth. In our weightlifting classes and in our after-school groups, we'll have mixed groups in there. We'll have co-ed groups, and obviously high school guys sometimes want to show off for high school girls. No, you don't need to be talking the whole time. Let your effort be louder than your mouth. So let your effort be louder than your mouth and show the young kids how you work in the weight room. These are all stuff that Jeremy Boone talks all the time about. He's one of my biggest mentors. His website's Athlete by Design, great guy to Google for sure. But that's something that's big to try and teach them how to be leaders in the weight room, leading by example. Moving on to our block 4, we call these our flying Lakers. This is when it gets really much more individualized. If they've met certain strength protocols, we can incorporate some type of velocity-based training. We'll start to incorporate the Vertimax more. Vertimax, obviously it's a great tool, but we all know it's probably not the end-all be-all, but all of our kids think that the Vertimax, as soon as they step on it, their vertical is going to go up 10 inches. So we don't use it with all of our athletes, but we do use it as an incentive. Hey, if you end up hitting these certain strength prerequisites, then you're going to be able to use the Vertimax more. So it's just a way for them to incentivize them. I think it's a good tool, but it's more of an incentive and an auxiliary movement, supplementary movement from our base movements. And then also, if an athlete has signed to play a college sport, once they get their college workout program, they're going to move on to block 4, because obviously we want to prepare them to step in to coach's weight room the first day when they walk in. We want them to be prepared for his program. So if he sent our athletes his summer workout program and say, we don't really do snatches in my program, but he's got snatches, I know his program, they do snatches in his program. Once they've signed to play with him, I'm going to start teaching them how to snatch properly so that they know that they're prepared to walk into the weight room. But that's only with our block 4 athletes. So it's more individualized. To prepare them for their college, but also if they've met certain strength prerequisites. That picture in the top right, that doesn't have anything to do with this presentation, but Ray Lewis, his son went to our school. He came up awesome dude. I know John's a big U fan, so I had to throw it in for John. But Ray Lewis, unbelievable dude. I can't speak highly. He came up to a Special Olympics event a couple years ago and was as cool as can be. So the prerequisites to move on to our block 4 training. Guys must be able to back squat 2 times their body weight. Girls, and we're actually going to change this, girls are going to be, it used to be 1.75 times. They're just as strong lower body as our guys. So girls and guys must squat 2 times their body weight. And our girls are awesome at our school, and it's awesome to see all the female strength coaches in here, because we need more and more female strength coaches in this industry, because there's more and more especially at the high school level. This is our third year having a girls competitive weightlifting team, and we got 40 girls on the team. It's awesome to see them coming from multi-million-dollar homes and clean and jerking weight and throwing it around in the weight room. So our prerequisites have changed for that. Guys and girls must squat 2 times their body weight, must be able to trap bar, hex bar, deadlift 2.5 times their body weight. The earliest they begin is winter of their junior year. Obviously, we don't want to throw them into our top program. You say you have a freak athlete that as soon as he starts back squatting and he's going into his sophomore year and can already squat 2 times his body weight, I'm not already going to throw him into the Block 4 program. I might change some stuff up, but the earliest they really begin is their junior year, or once they get their college workout packet. So if they hit their strength prerequisites, say when we're testing right now, and this right before the end of the semester, when they come back in January, then they'll begin our Block 4 programming. Even if they don't hit our Block 4 program, even if they don't hit our those certain strength prerequisites, but they get their college workout program, say it's a senior baseball player and he hasn't hit those strength prerequisites, but I know he's going to play college baseball and he's gotten his college program, then we're gonna still advance him to the Block 4. Final thoughts. These are some unbelievable books that have helped shape my coaching philosophy. Lead for God's Sake, just about the why behind why we coach. The Energy Bus, and I'm not a huge reader, but I try to read, and these are easy reads. The Energy Bus, a very easy read about the power of positive energy. I think we all know how much the energy that we bring in the weight room goes a long ways. And then Spark has been a huge book for talking to administrators about the why behind what we do from an exercise and fitness perspective, and how it helps with cognitive learning abilities, how it helps reduce depression, reduce anxiety, how it helps reduce early onset dementia. And that's a book that has actually research studies behind how exercise helps with cognitive ability, helps with anxiety and depression. Obviously, in today's world, especially with the COVID era, there's many of our kids that got a lot of anxiety or been depressed, and so being able to show that, hey, especially when we were shut down for a little while, and thank God we're in Florida right now where we're open, but when they shut things down and didn't let anybody exercise or have any PE classes, I think that enhanced depression. So this is a great study on a lot of that stuff if you want to read it. That's all I got. Huge thank you to Chris and Hammer Strength and everybody at Hammer Strength. Shout out to all of you guys for coming. If you guys have any questions, feel free, hit me up. We'll be around all day, be around this afternoon.
Any questions?
When you were going through, you talked about talking to teachers, talking about to students, and then the different programs you have them take care of throughout the day. What made you pick more of the mental or emotional aspect of training? Because a lot of your tactics kind of lead towards that aspect before even getting them into the weight room. Like, what made you decide that?
What made me decide getting more into the mental and emotional?
Because you do things like the survey you have them take in the morning, taking home those certain flyers to their parents to see that they did this and this.
Yeah.
You send certain things to their parents. You talk to them more about the caring aspect of the student and things that we want you to increase before you can reach that level.
Yeah.
And that's a lot before the physical aspect of training.
For sure, great question. And I think it's evolved over my career. And there's that age-old quote that no one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think it's even more and more in today's world, and with dealing with young people, that they don't care if I started my career at the University of South Carolina. They don't care if I did this. They only care if I want the best for them. So being able to develop that social and emotional connection with them, I think, has gone a huge way. And especially when I think when I came to Windermere Prep, like, I was a little bit nervous. Like, I had success at my previous school. That was a large public school, very different demographics. And I was like, now I'm coming to this school where these kids, they're coming from multi-million-dollar homes. They don't really have to work a day in their life if they don't want to. Am I going to be able to connect with them? And so that was something that I really wanted to do, was create that connection. And I've realized, obviously, kids are kids. It doesn't matter where they come from or how much money they got. If they know that you care about them, it's going to go a long ways.
What are your thoughts at kids these age, more so in high school, taking supplements like protein supplements, amino acids, and then pre-workout as well? And do you incorporate that into your program at all?
Yeah, we always talk about nutrition, and the number one thing, I'm never gonna recommend a kid to take a supplement. I'm gonna tell you, as we all know, sleep, hydration, and eating good solid food is the best supplements that you can. So I'm never gonna say, hey, I'm gonna try to steer them away from pre-workouts. If they want to take creatine, a protein for sure. If they need to gain weight, I'm going to recommend some type of a weight gainer shake. But I make sure that they understand the number one thing is they need to eat. They need to make it a job to eat. Like I'm still skinny. I was tiny when I was in high school, and I would just have to force myself to eat. Like tell them, hey, are you eating breakfast? And the majority of them are not. Are you eating right before you go to bed? No, I don't eat. I eat at 5, and then I don't eat again until 11 a.m. the next day. I'm like, well, how are you going to get bigger and stronger? Eat 2 peanut butter and jellies right before you go to bed. Make sure you eat breakfast. So that's the number one thing. But if they a weight gainer shake, I mean, if that's definitely something that can supplement. And then creatine, obviously, creatine has been one of the most studied supplements out there. I think it's very safe, but I'm not going to recommend it to them. But I'll say, hey, it has been around a long time. It has been research that is pretty safe. I would recommend you talking to your mom or dad about it. And if they think it's all right, just make sure we stay on the same page about it. You definitely continue to hydrate on it for sure. But I'm not going to recommend that to them.
So for the self-assessment part, like the surveys that you made them fill out before class and stuff like that, how do you manage like when they make up stories, which you mentioned that you can tell? So.
Yeah, no, there's no real formula to it. I mean, I think we talk about the science of coaching and then the art of coaching, and that's more of the art of coaching. You got to be able to know your kids. I mean, you know which ones really love the weight room and really want to get better, and they're gonna every day they want to come in there and give great effort. And if they come in and have scored themselves low on everything, then you probably know, hey, something's going on. Like, talk to them about it, modify something on it. If you know it's a kid who just hates the weight room and every single day he scores himself low, I mean, you can still talk to him about it, but I probably wouldn't modify stuff that much because I know that he's just a guy that doesn't want to be in the weight room. And again, there's no formula, just the art of coaching, kind of.
Micah, we have one that came in from our streaming crowd. How do you accommodate students with eating disorders?
Good question. So we do weigh our athletes in as well, and I do it privately, obviously, and then I keep that in my spreadsheet, and we track their progress. And the majority, obviously, of the high school kids, high school guys want to gain weight. Our girls are doing an unbelievable job, and they strong as in, we talk about all the time, and they all want to get stronger. But if there is somebody that you see that major weight loss, I think myself having that individual conversation, and then we also have an awesome guidance department where they have good relationships with their students as well. So I might mention that to the guidance counselor of that student and be like, hey, so-and-so, I weighed them in September and they weighed 140 pounds, and weighed them in December and they weigh 120. And it might be something to have that conversation with. But so I think it's a team effort for sure, and definitely continually to have that conversation, and that like you asked the question about having that positive, trustworthy relationship with them, where they know you want the best for them for sure.
Very good. Good job. Very nice. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate. Yeah.
We're all going to take a 5-10 minute break here now to stretch our legs. Use the restroom if you have to. There's snacks and drinks back here too. So, all right, be back in about 5-10.
Perch really brings velocity Perch really brings velocity
All right, welcome back. Our next speaker, Jeremy Jacobs, is the Assistant Strength and Conditioning Coach for Louisiana State University, LSU. Jeremy is responsible for the technology that is used in the weight room with Perch and in the weight room, training everything from barbell speed to force plate analysis. Jeremy is also was on the staff of the national championship team for 2020. Jeremy, and we'd like to thank him for this. He's also an airborne ranger that served in the United States Army and did several tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we thank you for your service, sir. And without further ado, Jeremy Jacobs.
Thanks, guys. So I'm humbled to be here. There's a lot of people here and watching this live stream that have been doing this a lot longer than I have. I've been got more skin in the game, and so I don't take it lightly that I'm up here talking in front of you. I'm going to say we a lot in this talk because I'm talking about the staff at LSU. So it's everything we do is a collaborative effort. It's not like one guy's a guru in this and one guy's a guru. We truly work on it and sit down as a staff and talk about this stuff on a daily basis to try to maximize what our program is. The talk I'm going to give is going to be centered around our velocity-based training system and Perch and our weight room work, but the principles I talk about can be applied to any aspect of your program. So whether it be any technology with force plates that we use, obviously Perch, we use NordBoard, and then our GPS technology and stuff like that we use on the field. So all of this, the details and stuff I talk about can be applied to any of those aspects of your program. So another thing is if you guys have a question during this, I'd like this to be more interactive sometimes. So if I'm on a slide and you want to know what I'm talking about, please feel free to raise your hand and we can kind of tackle it there instead of waiting to the end. If you want to wait to the end, that's fine too. So the talk I'm going to give is called Simple Yet Detailed, Measuring What Matters. So there we go. So what does that mean, right? What does simple yet detailed mean? Okay, so our program is simple. It's rooted in the fundamental core lifts, right? We back squat, we front squat, we overhead squat, we snatch, we clean, we jerk, okay? We do tons of posterior chain work, we deadlift, we sumo and conventional deadlift. Our running program is rooted in the fundamentals of speed development, acceleration, deceleration, especially for the sport of football, change of direction work, all of that stuff is in our program, right? This is stuff that everybody knows, everybody studies. But what makes our program, I would say, good or different is the detailed nature and how we coach it, right? That's what makes our program, I guess you would say, advanced, okay? So the prides of our profession, as I call them, we take pride in coaching every set of every rep of every exercise, right? We take pride in our coach's eye and understanding what a good lift looks like and making sure our athletes are lifting well and safe so that they can continue to train and obviously, more importantly, especially at a school like LSU, to make sure that they can play their sport. That's why they're there. So we take all the pride in those aspects, but sometimes I feel like we don't put that same pride in our technology approach or every aspect of our program. So that's what I'm going to focus on right now. So all the technology does is it gives us the insight, hard data that allows us to make real-time changes and corrections to our program for optimal performance. So what does that mean? Okay, so we use it in a way where after every group we talk about it. So if let's say we have a certain velocity program that day or whatever we're doing, we'll ask, how did that first group look, or how did that position group look, or we know what their practice schedule looked like. And if it's not where we want it to be, we'll make on the time, right, real fly corrections to the program and change it. So we don't need to have the rest of the groups coming in those days doing something that we know isn't going to work, right? So it allows us to see what they're doing. It allows us to make real-time corrections, and it just takes the guesswork out of the program. So I was asking, are we getting everything out of our program? And the really thing is, how do you know? And all this technology does is give you the information so that you know and you're not guessing. Okay, so brief history, right? We all know Milo in the Bowl, the old story of Milo, and he picked up the calf, and then the calf kept getting older as Milo was getting older, and the whole progressive overload theory, right? So we know that Milo eventually was able to pick up the full bull, right, in his training, and the whole point of that is that we know the basic principles of strength conditioning, right? So a brief history on velocity-based training, okay? R.A. Roman and Verkhoshansky, there we go, the Russians, right? They started realizing that bar speed was important when it came to proper progression and loading of the barbell. Okay, we know this stuff. Okay, then Louis Simmons took it in the 90s with Westside, and he had his dynamic effort days, which had obviously a speed component, so we needed to have a way of actually measuring the bar. Okay, so research has come a long way in that. We have more devices, so I think it makes it a little more readily available for people to actually use it in research. Okay, and all it's doing is, what velocity-based training does is it allows you to, what is the capabilities on a daily basis, and you can account for things like fatigue and readiness, okay? So let's get into like the nuts and bolts of velocity-based training. So I'm gonna talk about the basics of kind of velocity-based training and how we use it, and then I will show you actually how we're pulling the data and the information it's giving us to guide our program, okay? So velocity-based training, right, you have you assign velocity zones based on what you want to actually, your training adaptation, okay? So if you have a trait, whether it be max strength or whether it be speed strength or whether it be power, okay? The cool thing about velocity-based training and the more research we do, we realize there's a really, really good correlation between velocity-based training and percentage-based training, what we always, the old tried and true of our profession. Okay, so if I know that I want to train in power, if you read old Russian literature, you know that you're training in percentage ranges of 30 to 80%. I know that. That's where I'm going to develop the most power for my athlete. Okay, well, now there are velocity zones that correlate to those percentages. So I can tell you, based on how you're moving the barbell, what trait are you training? Okay, regardless of the load that I think it is on the bar, regardless of what you think of it's heavy or light, I can tell you how you're performing that is how you're actually, or what trait you're actually training, okay? And so we use this on a daily basis. It sits there when we program to how are we gonna progress this? And this is gonna obviously change what zone you're in based off what your goals are, based off of what time of the year you're in the training calendar, based off your injury status. All of those things are gonna go into why are we doing a certain zone. And then what's cool with this is you can actually use exercises for different things. So if I want to use the back squat as a strength exercise, that's easy, we all know that. But I can make sure that it's moving in a certain way that I'm training strength. Or I can turn that back squat and I can turn it into a power exercise. I can take weight off the bar, I can increase speed, and if I know what zone I'm in, I can tell you what trait I'm training. Okay, so it takes the guesswork out of what am I doing. It takes the guesswork out of how did my athletes perform that day, okay? So as you accumulate data doing this, okay, and systems like Perch help you do that because it's a cloud-based system, it goes up there, it goes up to the cloud, you can pull it on your computer in Excel, and you can actually take a look at this data. Now, I'll get into like the specifics of actually working with Perch later, okay? Then you can start building stuff like load velocity profiles. It's the same thing as the force velocity curve that we learn about taking all of our undergrad classes and stuff like that, okay? So we know that as the load decreases, velocity will increase, okay? Or we know that as the load increases, velocity is gonna decrease. We know that curve. And then you know that these zones that we talked about before correlate to a certain spot on that curve. Now, every athlete is different. So we're gonna have some athletes, and we've had them come in the weight room where they can move everything fast. They're twitchy, right? They do, but maybe they lack a fundamental base of strength. And they get to a certain point and it's like they fall off the cliff. So they can move everything really fast and then they can't do anything. We also know the people that come in the weight room and can't move a barbell fast, but they can lift 315 pounds at the same speed that they lifted an empty barbell. It's just how they're wired, okay? So what can I do to change that? We have it with our linemen, okay? Most of it, if you want to find out the difference between an offensive and defensive lineman, watch them move the bar, okay? You will see a defensive lineman move that barbell faster, and normally they're a little twitchier. This is why they play D-line. We also have guys that come in that play, let's say they're recruited as a D lineman, and when we get them in the weight room, we're looking at each other like, I don't think that guy's a D lineman, Like, I think he might be out of position. Okay, so he might be an O-line by the time he graduates and stays with us in the program. Now, just that guy that's super strong but moves everything slow, I'm not doing him any good by keeping him, just getting him stronger. And here's the thing, he's gonna love moving heavy weight because he's good at it. So I need to convince him as a coach and get him to start moving to the other side of the curve of like, we need to start moving some lighter loads faster and train that part of your central nervous system. Train that part to actually start moving this faster because this will help you in your sport. And if your goal, nobody comes to LSU as a football player and doesn't have a desire to play in the NFL. That's just why they're all there. Some of them are going to play and some of them aren't, but they all think they're gonna play. And so if that's their goal, then I need to show that what my program is doing is getting them to their goal, right? So this is a way that I can show them, and we know that based on this curve, I can point out where this person's deficient and where I need to spend my time, and I can actually make my program or their program more individualized as opposed to just saying everybody's doing the same thing, okay? So, devices that measure velocity, okay? How many people here know Tendo U, right? That's like the tried and true, right? So, Tendo. That's what we used at LSU forever. Coach Moffitt had it there for as long as he's been there, over 20 years, okay? So, you have a string, it's attached to a bar. It does great, okay? The issue with some of that stuff is it gets a little fragile, right? You have the little cord that goes between the actual Tendo unit and the actual microcomputer, and that cord falls out or breaks. And for some reason, that's the most fragile part of the entire thing, which gets annoying and hectic and cumbersome to set up and tear down every day. You have other stuff like VMAX Pro is an accelerometer. That's something that you actually would attach, but there is no strings attached, but it's still moving the barbell, but it's still an attachment to the bar. Okay, and then we finally got into a place where the 21st century's caught up and we have camera-based systems, right? There's two main camera-based systems, Perch being one of them, and then you have Elite Form as the other. And we'll talk about some of the pros and cons of both, but at least the biggest thing is there's no attachment to the barbell. There's no need to move it around, and so it can pick up different bars in different positions on the rack or the floor. And so it just allows you to use it on a daily basis without this gigantic setup, tear down, maintenance aspect. And it's all cloud-based, so when that information goes there, I can pull it to my computer sitting at my desk right away and use it. Okay? Or if I have an athlete on the floor and I happen to be in my office, I can see what they're doing because as soon as I hit save on that set, it's in the cloud, it's on my computer, and I can see what they just did. Okay? So it's a great way to track it. It's also at a level where you constantly have to justify your job. You constantly have to go in and show that you're making progress. You can show, and so this is just giving you hard data that you can put in a coach's hand or an administrator's hand and say, hey, look, I can show you how we're getting better and how we're improving. Okay, so why? Why do velocity-based training? First of all, it gives the athlete and the coach instant feedback on every rep. So it doesn't matter how motivated I am for my program, right? It doesn't matter the attitude I have sometimes. We've all had that athlete that walks in and just doesn't want to be there. And I get that, that's life. Nothing will motivate an athlete more than seeing a teammate move a similar load faster. And when they see it, their competitive juices start flowing, and you will get more out of that training session by that instant feedback. Okay? All the research shows that athletes that have feedback on every rep will get more gains in their program than athletes that don't. Okay? That's what the research is showing. So what can it do? It's a great tool for all of us to see and watch our athlete, but it gives you that I know exactly where my athlete is at just by looking at the velocity on the bar. Based off of those traits and based off of the information that we've accumulated on some of the load velocity profiling that we've done, we know where they should be moving certain loads, okay? Another thing, a person's 1 rep max can change as much as 18% plus or minus on a daily basis. That is a lot, which means that just because we tested and on testing day they might have felt great and let's say they back squatted 400 pounds. That doesn't mean the next day when they come in, if I'm basing a percentage on that, their back squat that day is 400 pounds. So it gives me a nice safety net to say, hey, look, yeah, we're gonna program this percentage, we're gonna program 70% of that 400, but I know that that should be at this speed. And when I see that drop below that speed, I know that we need to take some load off the bar, but I'm still training the trait that I want to train based off of that continuum in the first slide, okay? So it's all about their readiness and fatigue. Another huge one is it's safer for 1 rep max testing. So we have velocity cutoffs where we say, for instance, on back squat, it's 0.3 meters per second. We know if the bar starts dropping below then, the likelihood of you missing that rep goes way up. And so we're gonna cut them off right there. What that's done is it's allowed us to test, but allowed us to test safely. So for instance, our non-travel guys, our developmental guys, when we maxed out towards the later end of the season, we had that velocity cutoff for back squat at 0.3 meters per second. Okay, and when I ran the numbers, on average, our back squat on that last set was at 115% of what their prescribed weight was. Okay, so our numbers were, we hit new maxes. Great, we are at 115% of what our maxes are. Okay, but we didn't have anybody with a sore back. Yeah.
So if that's your cutoff, like would it be like 0.3, if their rep was like 0.3 to 0.39, or is it?
No, 0.30.
So
As soon as it drops.
If he does a rep at 0.31, you let him.
Yeah, we're gonna get like, maybe I'll put a 2.5 on. And it's also coach's eye of like, good question, of like, how did that look? Yeah. Like some guys, you're like, that was a good lift. And then I look at the speed, I'm like, ooh, that's pretty close. That's 0.32. And some guys you're like, wow, that looked terrible. I know it's at 0.35, but I'm still gonna be like, no, you're done. Like, yeah. We're done. Okay, and some of it's gonna be training age. Is it a freshman? Is it a guy who's been in the program for a while? But if it drops below 3, and some guys are like, I can do more. And I'm like, I know you can, but that's not why you're here. So let's get out of the weight room. You're safe. You got a new max. You got a good, solid, heavy lift. And we can live to fight another day. You can go practice, and we're not talking about anything with the trainers, right? That's a big thing. So now, as a person's training age gets higher, a lot of times those thresholds get slower. A more accomplished lifter can lift a heavier load slower and really grind out that rep than what a more accomplished lifter is. So if I have a freshman, I might put those velocities higher and say, like, look, once we get here, same thing when our freshmen come in, obviously they don't have maxes with us. We don't know what their maxes are. We don't know what their capabilities are. But velocity kind of lets us guide it in to where we should be training faster than if we tried to go through a whole program, test them, and then start building off maxes off that. Okay, I can start giving them loads to move because I know what those loads and velocities correlate to, so I can get there faster and actually prescribing weight, and then I can start figuring out maybe this guy should live with this guy because these guys are very similar, and this guy, you know, I can move them around. Okay, so why velocity-based training? Now, relative velocity loss thresholds. Now, this is some of the stuff that gets a little more detailed into velocity-based training. Okay, here's what we know through research: as fatigue accrues, exercise velocity decreases. We also know that as fatigue accrues, velocity decreases. As we know that the velocity decrease, we also know that with that set, we're creating more muscle tissue damage, okay? Which could be a good thing if that's your goal, if hypertrophy is your goal, or if that's the training block we're in. Or it could be like we had 2 athletes, 2 alignment did the exact same workout. One guy got crushed and one guy killed it, and like this, you know, that's how we know the individual nature of what our guys are doing. So I'll give you every athlete's different, right? So I'll give you an example. So we have wide receiver, played last night for the Vikings. Really good player, okay? Played well for us, was awesome. I train other receivers and running backs, so get to know this guy, get to watch him grow in the program. We had a day in a summer program where we did 16 sets of squatting, whether it be back squat, front squat, and a single leg movement in a day. It was a workload where I would have been smashed the next day. I would have been like, wow, that was a day. He walks in the weight room, I'm like, how are you doing? And he's just kind of like, I'm good. Like his body's ability to recover is what makes him special. I didn't do that, that's God-given. His genetics are awesome. That's why he plays on Sundays. That's why he's one of the best receivers in the league, okay? Now, he grew in our program, did much better, but if I trained him the exact same way that I trained a freshman, that was a low training age and a walk-on versus him, I'd be doing the freshman and a walk-on a disservice, right? He could just handle a heavier volume of load. So velocity loss thresholds, what it is it's a way in research where you can prescribe within a set, when your velocity drops to a certain point, the set is done. Okay, we'll give you a rest, you come back, you can go to the next set. And you can implement this a variety of ways. One way you could say, we're all gonna do 25 reps of back squat. How you get there is gonna be different. One guy, right, might do a set of 5, a set of 4, a set of 3, and then have to do 2s all the way up, whatever it is. And it's all, and you prescribe the velocity that you want this to be, okay? If you want them to maintain power outputs, right, because having velocity thresholds helps maintain power outputs, okay? If you're in season and you're trying to do that, I might have a 10% decrement, which isn't very much, right? So if I'm trying to squat at, let's say, 0.65 meters per second, that's where I want to be at, okay? I know that's like in the hypertrophy zone. I know that's in a little bit of the acceleration zone, that if it starts dropping below 0.59, the set is done, right? That's not a very big window, right? Where if I'm in a early off season, we're trying to get some hypertrophy, we're trying to grow a little bit, just get back in shape, I might let you go a little longer. So now you can go all the way down, you know, a full 1/10 of a meter per second and so I know I'm going to create more damage that way, but it's also a way where I know that I'm training guys optimally for them and where they're at. So you can also do it and say, we're going to program 25 reps, but you can only do max is 5 reps per set. Okay, so some guy might start reloading weight in between those sets just to maintain that velocity. Other guys just might take other longer sets to get there. That makes sense, right? So you're truly individualizing your program, right, to optimally have results for each guy. But they're all doing the same amount of work. They're all doing the same type of plan. And guys get competitive with it, and you see better intent into every single rep because they're forced to, and they're competing against their guy. Now, systems like Perch, cool thing too, and you see in a weight room in here, this would be a great example, is you can they have leaderboards. And so and you can choose what metric you want that leaderboard to be. So you could put your metric as the guy who created the most power, the guy who moved it the fastest, whatever you want it to be can pop up there, and guys see it. Players come in and look at the board and say, what's the best today? All right, I got that. And so you just get a mental shift of like, they're coming in now to work, as opposed to you maybe having to force them on certain days to get them in there. So I'll show you this next slide. Here's a study, okay? It's just what I talked about, okay? This is with the velocity loss thresholds, okay? So over an 8 weeks study, this one group ceased to lift when the velocity loss set at 20%, and the other one is at 40%, meaning, so the 20% means they had a shorter window, right? If they lost too much velocity, they got their set cut off. The 40% had a longer window. Okay, what it showed is that the group with 20% performed 40% less reps in the total program. Okay, so 40% less volume, but they saw similar strength gains, and they saw a bigger gain in counter movement jump. So they created less fatigue, they created less stress on the system. So basically they got more for less, right? Which is, I think, the goal of our job, right? How do I get the biggest bang for our buck? Everything, especially within like collegiate strength conditioning, is logistics, right? The NC2A gives us so many hours that we can have. Sometimes they give more hours back to the actual coaches, which means they're doing more field work, so now they have less time with us. And so would I love to have a 2-hour workout to get all of my mobility in and all of this? And yeah, I would love that. But some days we just can't do that. Some days I get 45 minutes. So how am I going to maximize what am I doing in the weight room? And some of this stuff can help dial us in faster. So I'm not guessing, I'm not wasting time, but I also know that the guys are getting trained to the best of their ability to go perform on Saturdays. Okay, the second study underneath that line is talking about velocity loss. This study did in comparison to actually taking a sample out of the muscle, of the lactate in the muscle. So it's basically showing that you can use velocity loss as a source to gauge the fatigue response in an athlete. So they basically, nobody's going to take actual samples of a person's muscle in the workout, right? So that's not what we're going to do. But the correlation is that you can, velocity loss between 15 and 35% during a set can objectively quantify when neuromuscular fatigue is present. So it's basically just saying, if I know that I drop so much velocity off of this set or in between, I'm creating this much muscle damage. And so it's just a way to gauge how much actual fatigue am I creating in the athlete. Okay, so that's the background of velocity-based training, why we do it, why I think it's important in our program, okay? And I think it can go a lot deeper than simply just saying we're getting rid of loads, we're just gonna program velocities, right? Because I think loads or percentages and the velocities that correspond to it are an important, both of them are equally important to paint the whole picture of how our athletes are handling what our program is. Okay, so Perch, right? Perch has been a great partner for us. Their customer service is unbelievable. And the best part about it is it's simple, it's easy to attach to the rack, it's easy to implement in your program. Okay, so what is it, right? There's a Perch over here. There's 3 main components. You have the camera, which is up there. Okay, you can either hardwire that into your rack, which is what we've done. The nice part is there's also a USB attachment where we can charge the tablet right from the camera, so I don't have to have multiple cords running everywhere. And then you have the obviously tablet that's has a magnet to the rack, and then you just have the web application that you would get sitting at your desk. Those are the 3 components. Okay, why do I think Perch is the best? Because 1, it's not actually drilled into the rack. It's got 2 Velcro straps. I can take it on and off very simply. I can throw it up in any rack, so you can literally move it if you need to move it around your weight room. Also, if you see they'll come with these rack adapters that just are magnets. Our racks are very similar to this in the weight room. So what they did was they took those rack adapters, and we went to Hammer and said, hey, look, all of our racks are painted this certain powder coat white. They powder coated the same, so now it looks seamless in there. There's not a bunch of extra stuff hanging out in there. The camera moves, so you don't have to move anything around it. For instance, our racks are a little different. We squat, do everything Olympic-based, pressing, deadlifting outside the rack, but we bench inside of a rack. Okay, but the camera, I just change the exercise. The camera flips and moves and finds which barbell I want to use. So I'm not moving stuff around. I'm not having to transport different stuff. I don't have stuff breaking. And being a web-based or cloud-based system, I get all the information instantly that I can download and actually start looking at some of this data. Okay, so the power of 1 degree course correction. So there is experts in air navigation, right, that have this 1 in 60 rule. Basically, for every 1 degree you veer off course after 1 mile, for every 60 miles you fly, you will be off by 1 mile, right? So that's the power of like the 1 degree course correction. Comes with this story that is from 1979. There was a plane that was coming out of New Zealand that was carrying almost 300 passengers. They were doing this sightseeing trip and going to Antarctica, and the pilots were off 2 degrees, and they didn't realize that by the time they got to Antarctica to do this sightseeing trip, they were actually flying over a mountain, and they crashed in the mountain. Like this really happened. They crashed in the mountain. Everyone died in the plane. It's a terrible accident. Okay, but it's the power of if you're off just a little over the course of time, how drastic that gap can be. I think stuff like Perch and stuff like our force plates and our GPS technology, all of that, all it does is allows you to make 1 little degree course corrections to your program every single time you train. So I don't have to do a whole mesocycle and come back and say, did it work? Like I can do 1 workout and look at it and be like, I think we're a little off base. Or what happens more times than not is we say, we're right where we want to be or better, we're crushing it, let's keep going. And so it just gives you either a little bit of feedback to where you have confidence in where you're going, or it can let you know that you're off base really fast, and so you can get back on track, okay? But if you look at this picture over here, okay, it's showing the different colors of the bar. Something cool that Perch does is if you see the little green band across the tablet, that's like the velocity zone that you can program in there if you want to get in there. And you can choose to have that or not. You don't always have to have these velocity zones in there, but you can choose to say, I want the athlete to move it between these 2 metrics or these 2 speeds. And if it's above it, like the first bar, it'll be in yellow. If it's right in there, it'll be blue. And if the bar is red, it means you're not meeting the velocity, the bar's too slow, okay? If you ever want to see an athlete get motivated, have a red bar show up on their tablet, because every other athlete in the weight room will call them out on it, and they don't like to see it. And so you're either going to, it's a teachable moment where you can go to them and say, hey, here's why we're going to take load off, or it allows me to go to them and say, you know, what's going on? What did you do last night? Are you eating? And a lot of guys will come back, man, I've been in class all day, I didn't eat. I'm like, okay, well, we can't do that. Here's why. And so it just gives you a point to talk and try to coach these guys to be the best that they can be. And at the end of the day, a lot of these guys are still 18, 19, 20 years old, and they still need to learn a lot. Every day you need to be on them for all the basics that we talk about, whether you're training a high schooler or you're training this person that thinks that they're going to go play professional. Now, the 1%, 1 degree course correction, okay, it only really works if you do all the simple stuff that comes with perch correct, okay? So, how do you get the most out of perch? This stuff's going to seem really basic, but I have the fortunate opportunity to talk to a lot of different organizations and schools and pro teams that are using perch, and a lot of times this is coming from those conversations that I have with them. And you'd be amazed at the amount of people that don't put the time in on the front end, so they can't get the information on the back end that they need. I am not a sports science guy. I'm a strength coach. I don't love data, and I don't love spreadsheets, and I don't want to spend my time doing that. I want to spend my time on the floor coaching. But this stuff helps us so much that it's worth the 10 to 15 minutes after the lift to just look at the data and pull it and have an honest conversation with some real stuff. So, logging your athletes in. I know that sounds simple, but it's easily overlooked. I've talked to multiple organizations, they're like, yeah, we just don't have them log in. They just hit start and stop. Well, that's cool, but if the athlete's not logged in, it's not actually going to save anything to the cloud because it doesn't know what to save to. Okay, simple stuff. You can implement a photo. If you go over here and like, when we get done with this, if people want to play with the whole perch, I'm happy to like show you guys how it works. Okay, if you hit the add athlete, little pool comes up, you just scroll through the names, put the name in there, and then a little picture pops up on the screen. Okay, it's amazing how much that means to an athlete. I don't know, when we have a new guy come in and we don't have a picture yet, and then when he finally logs in there one day and his picture pops up on there, he thinks that's cool, and it just drives buy-in when he sees himself on the tablet. Okay, it's really easy once you can have as many athletes as you want logged in on one tablet at a time, and it's really easy to just switch from athlete to athlete, hit start. They have some auto switching too if you're doing the same exercise and guys are using the same weight, where you can hit it to where as soon as the bar stops moving after a certain amount of time, it automatically flips it to the next athlete in line if you want to try to speed it up. We've never had an issue. I find it funny because when we talked about like the pride of profession, and we expect these guys every day to come in the right uniform, right? And the right color socks on, and wearing the right pair of shoes, making sure they're tied. We tell them that their toes have to be behind the line before we blow the whistle. But yet, we don't hold that same standard with some of the other technology stuff. And it blows my mind because when people ask, how did you get them to do that? We demand it. We said, this is what you do. You're gonna log in. And if they don't do it, then they do it over again. If they forget to hit start on a set and they do it in racket, like making them do that set over again is a really good motivator to having them hit start when they work on the next set. Does that make sense? So, and it's to the point now where guys come in and say, hey, are we perching this? Yes. They log themselves in. Hey, how much is this? It's 90 kilos, put it in there. And they log the weight in there and hit start. So it's something that we've demanded over time to where now it's just a part and a culture in our program to use the equipment right, okay? So entering the proper weight on the bar. I have pictures in the next slide. You'll see how simple this is, okay? Having correct 1 rep maxes in the web app, okay? So you can go in the web application, you have your roster built in there, and I can go in there and tell them how much everything is, right? What their 1 rep max squat is, whatever I want it to be, okay? So then it'll show up on the tablet. So when they put in the weight, 90 kilos, it'll show for that exercise what percentage that is that they're working at. And then guys, if they don't know the weight, they can program percentage. So if they put in, let's say their back squat's 100 kilos, to make the numbers easy. If they put in, instead of an actual weight of the bar, they can go over to the percentage tab and just hit, I want 80% on the bar. It will tell them how much weight 80% is to load on the bar. And it gives a little nice picture of, like, if you're in kilos, reds, blues, yellows, greens. If you're in pounds, it'll show 45s, 25s, whatever weight you're putting on there. Okay. Having the camera in the most optimal position. Obviously, the camera moves. Okay. So if I go in here, this is logged in. Camera went to sleep. Okay, the camera moves by itself, so if I change exercises from back squat to bench press, the camera moved itself because it knows we want to bench here, we're going to back squat out here. Okay, but you got to spend a little time on the front end making sure those cameras are set up because everyone's weight room's different, every rack position is different. And so you want to set the camera up for success to actually pick the bar up as it's moving. If the camera starts moving way outside of those zones or the bar starts moving way outside the camera, you start getting some funky data. And then coaches get frustrated. They're like, it gives me this crappy stuff, or it cut a set. And it's like, well, did you actually pay attention to how the camera is set up? That's important. Okay. Make sure the right athlete's logged in when they're lifting. Okay, another thing, as a strength staff, we come together and guys come to me and say, hey, look, so-and-so missed set 3 today. Okay, I know that, so when I go in the data, I can eliminate their sets or whatever, so I know that they correspond to the correct percentage that we program that day. Because ultimately what we do is I want the report that I make at the end of the day or the end of the lift to reflect what the program should have been, right? I don't want it to be this way off base. So I want set 4 to reflect that it's actually in set 4. So you gotta, those are the small details that if you just pay attention to, yes, they seem like a pain in the butt, but they truly aren't that bad, but the information you get is so worth it. You gotta export the data every day, okay? Export the data, and I just keep adding it to the previous day's data. And so now you get these whole mesocycle, macrocycle views of your whole program, how much, and then you see how many reps you handle at each load, okay? And I'll show you some reports on the back end of this, all right? And then we look for correlations between different technology, force plates. Does our program positively affect our force plate data? How much does our GPS data of practice and our running program affect our force plate data? What are the asymmetries? You can do asymmetries on this. So when I look at, if I put on there a split squat, it'll ask which limb is starting. And so let's say I do 6 reps. It will say 3 reps are on the left or right, 3 reps are on the left. It knows that. And when I export that data, I can see which limb it came to. And then when I pull it, I can show like, hey, look, this athlete moved the same load faster with his right and left. Okay, what does his force plate data look like? Oh, he's also deficient that way. Okay, so now I need to go back and I have real data to show as I'm trying to bring him to a 1-to-1 ratio. Are we getting better? Am I making him more symmetrical? Was there a prior injury? Some of these kids come in from high schools and they never display like, yeah, I actually like broke my ankle. Okay, well that's a real injury. We need to talk about that. So we've always heard if you're not testing, you're not training, right? Something like Perch and other technologies allow you're essentially testing every day because you have these load velocity profiles on your players and your team. I can see if I know what I'm supposed to move 60% at back squat at. And if I'm not moving it there, then either we're getting worse or something else is going on, or on the flip end, if we're moving it way faster than we used to, we know that we're getting better. It's another way without me officially testing them to show, hey, look, we're getting better. We used to move 200 pounds this speed, now we're moving 200 pounds at this speed. Okay, we're getting better in the program. All right, real simple Perch, right? You can log in on the far left picture, you hit the add athlete, it gives a little picture. You can change the exercise, and then the picture on the far right is where you'd actually load the barbell and tell which weight you're on. Okay, the little anvil in between the bar, it says pounds right there. If you hit it, it would switch it automatically to kilos. So we do everything outside the rack with kilos. All of our bench plates are in pounds, and so we do flip back and forth between the two. Our guys, most of them don't know kilos, and that's okay. That's why they call me coach, right? So I'm up there and they say, what is this? And I'm like, that's 90 kilos, put it on the bar. And so they know how to load 90 kilos. And the longer they're in the program, the easier it gets because they really truly know what our system is. And you'd be surprised, some of these guys can walk in and run the entire workout and I don't have to say anything to them when it comes to Perch. Okay, they know what velocities you want. So we put our workout up in the weight room, and if there's a certain velocity we want them to hit, that's part of the workout, it's in there. So they see it with their own eyes, and then we'll show them some of these charts that we make to help buy-in. Okay, so what does all this mean? What is this data I keep talking about that is actually useful? All right, so this is one report I would generate. Okay, this is our daily report, right? The little microcycle of the day. How did we handle today's lift, right? So this is an example. This is a lift from October 26th this year. 3 exercises that day are back squat that we purge, back squat, close grip bench, and sumo deadlift. This is our Monday lift. So we play on Saturdays, we don't lift on Sundays, we lift on Monday. We give them Sundays off based off of studies that have been given on cortisol levels and all the other stuff. A lot of those guys haven't even begun to recover on Sunday, let alone bring them in and start making them train. So we give them Sunday off, they come in first thing Monday morning, and they lift, okay? So this report right here, the metrics it's looking at, if you look at the purple bar, okay, that is mean velocity. If you look at the yellow bar, that's the percent 1RM that correlates to that set average. And then you have the 2 line graphs, which are the bottom one is the average weight on the bar, and then the top one in the little yellow box is peak power in watts. So we're chasing, in a sport like football, we're chasing peak power. Where do our guys generate the most power? At what percentages do they create the most power? So especially when we're in season, let's stay there and let's let them get better at that. We use back squat in our in-season program as more of a power exercise, and we use sumo deadlift in our in-season program as more of our strength exercise on that day. We do sumo deadlift because it changes the hip angle, and we spend so much time in that squatty stance doing all of our cleans, our pulls, that we want to change their hip angle a little bit. And guys, especially because their limb length and how tall they are, they just get set up better in a sumo. So this is, when we have a question and we want to know where do we produce the most power, we have that data. We had this talk a few weeks ago where we were talking about, okay, what are some of the, on a high velocity day, if I'm choosing between push press or split jerk, where do I produce the most power and at these certain percentages? Well, because we have this data, I can go back and say, I know exactly at 60%, we produce more power with push press. So if you want that in your program that day, we're gonna do push press. So it just makes decisions very, very simple because you have the data. Okay, so this is like a daily snapshot of what we would do. Okay, so you take that data, pull it out a little longer. A lot of small numbers on here. I know you guys can't all see this stuff. Okay, this would be like, I do this by fall, spring and summer. That's how I break this up. Okay, but what this is giving you over here is how much weight you lifted at a certain percentage, what was the average weight on that bar, how many total reps did you spend at that percentage. So this line graph right here is simply volume. This is volume, and this is all of our actually load velocity profiling. So if I want to look at my program, if this is power clean from these dates, and I want to know, am I getting stronger or am I getting faster or more powerful? I can see where am I accumulating my volume, which answers a lot of questions that I want to have. Like if I want my guys to get stronger and then I go back to their back squat and we're spending time in between 60 and 70%, then I know why I'm not getting stronger. I'm not spending enough time lifting the certain loads that are going to be needed to get stronger, right? So it just gives me a snapshot, and as a staff, we look at it and we go, it just gives us course correction. Like, oh, we're right where we want to be, or look, we're lifting and not in the right percentages that we'd want to be, so we need to start shifting that weight. Okay, it just gives us more feedback. Now, the graphs below, like for instance, for the entire year of 2021, if you want to look at 80% of power clean, we did 283,000 total pounds in that, and we did 2,526 reps in that. So I know we're spending time in that realm. There's no questions. And all these underneath here, we have average velocity, peak velocity, average power, and peak power in each column. So I know where am I producing the most power, where am I producing the most speed, and I have all that hard data to where I can show year to year, are we getting better? And this is a good story. So 2019 had a really good football team. Go 15-0, right? And when you do that in sports, especially like football, everyone thinks that like now the strength staff is really, great. And then if you don't go 15-0, then the strength staff must suck, right? It's a crazy business that we're in, okay? But our 2020 team was stronger than our 2019 team. Our 2019 team just happened to have really good football players. That's why there's over 30 guys off that team who are going to be drafted in the NFL, okay? But when an administrator comes up and says, man, our 2019 team was just good, we just pulled this out. He said, yeah, I know, but our 2020 team is stronger. Like in the weight room, they're better, but they're just a younger. You're playing freshmen and sophomores versus juniors and seniors. So it just gives you a little more ammo in your back pocket when you go and have those conversations of like, no, I'm telling you, our program is still doing the same stuff. We're producing the same results. We just need to give these times a little longer to learn their craft in the sport. All right, last chart I'm going to show you. This is a 2019 team, okay? This is a big macro view. This is 2 exercises. This would be our Thursday lift, power clean and bench press. Okay, what you can't see underneath here, but what's there is the opponent we played that week and the percentage on the bar. These are different sets, okay? Set 1, set 2, set 3, set 4, set 5, and then sometimes we did 6 sets, right? The most important thing I want to show here is this trend line. So we have RSI modified and our concentric rate of power development from our force plate data also showing. So we are able to slowly increase our RSI modified and our concentric rate of power development on the force plate throughout the entire season, okay? Why did this happen? A couple reasons. Like I said, we were really good, okay? 2, we had a coaching staff that listened. So when we needed to pull back, they pulled back, okay? And I don't mean this to be negative. I mean this to just be real of like what happens in our business and around athletics, okay? If I showed you 2021, this graph would be a gigantic U, right? So what we did through camp, our guys didn't recover for 3 months back on the force plate to get back to the original number that we started at. It took 3 months to dig out of that hole, okay? We also didn't perform our best, which means we didn't win our best game, okay? But when you go to a head coach and you say, hey, look, we need to pull back, and they don't listen, those are the results that happen, right? So it's the difference of like the whole organization looking and being on board with what you're doing versus sometimes you're just, it feels like you're beating your head against the wall trying to get someone to understand what's going on. But this is where technology can help. It can just help guide decisions. It's not an end-all be-all. It does not just drive our program and we do everything off technology. No, we are rudimented in the fundamental core lifts, okay? We're on the platform, we're lifting heavy, and we're making sure we lift with good technique. That is the foundation of our program. And then all the technology does is just help guide us week to week, month to month, and training cycle to training cycle. So that is it. So if you guys have any questions, contact information, feel free to email me, call me. I'm not a huge social media guy as far as putting content out, but I'm certainly on social media. So if you ever want to reach out and connect, it'd be great. But that's all I got. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
How much does that cost for the average person, the average program?
So between $2,500 and $3,000 per unit. Yeah, and that's going to include some software support, right, that you're going to get from Perch. And I get it. Like, it's not one of those things where you can come in and say, I'm going to get 22 units for my entire weight room. But the way I would use it if I was in that position is I would have 1 or 2, and I would put my best athletes on it. And I would train my best athletes on those and see what they're doing, and then I can always modify my other people behind them off of what they're doing. But at least I know that I'm training my best guys optimally to perform, and I can kind of gauge the rest of my program based off how they're doing. But yeah, that's a real question. I mean, obviously.
Any other questions? Jeremy, thank you very much.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We're going to take another 5-minute break, stretch your legs, and then we'll get
Perch really brings velocity-based training kind of into the 21st century.
It is a better product to meet the needs of our student athletes in the weight room.
Velocity-based training has helped us here at Duke, again, to dial in more what our kids' nervous systems are like daily.
It's a way for us to quantify the training stimulus of them in the weight room.
But it also helps us in season to make sure that we're training within certain parameters to not overtrain the athlete or undertrain the athlete.
I had to find a way to bring velocity-based technology into the weight room in a way that was safe for the student, but also gave me really accurate data. And then I stumbled upon Perch.
After every rep, they'll see immediate feedback regarding velocity or power output, whatever metric that the coach really wants the athlete to focus on. They'll use that feedback to kind of guide the workout.
So it allows us either to add weight to the barbell or take weight off, depending on what their nervous system's like that day.
And then all that data gets stored, so an athlete or coach can then visualize that data after the workout.
It is relatively seamless for the athlete. At the same time, I get really accurate, objective data.
So much more user-friendly.
I can set a camera up above and out of their reach, away from them breaking it. I don't have any strings attached to my bar. There's no devices on my bar.
Being camera-based, there's no wearables, there's no strings. An athlete walks up, they work out. You get that real-time feedback, and all that data is stored all effortlessly. So we give time back to the coach.
It's another piece of the pie to just get a better glimpse of, are we doing everything possible for our student athletes to help them be successful on the field.
We'll get on here with our final speaker for the day. We'll have David Feely. He's the University of Miami's Director of Strength and Conditioning. And before that, David has been at Rutgers, South Florida, Florida International University, Ball State, South Carolina, Temple, and now currently at Miami. And David is a good friend of mine and go back quite a few years. But now, without me blabbing anymore, David Feely. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate you taking the time to be here. I want to thank Hammer Strength for allowing me to speak here, and really all of you took the time to come here. Everybody that's home or on the web, thanks for taking the time out to listen to this. This is going to be interactive, so if we all don't have questions as kind of time goes along, this is not going to go according to plan, okay? I generally don't like going to clinics because I don't think you get a whole lot out of them in the fact that you may only take one little nugget away from here, and you may have to get 7 or 8 problems solved where you're at. So if any of you all have any questions, I want to make sure that I'm of service to you before I leave here today, okay? So let's get going. Okay, now, this is a big deal to me. You're only as good as what you know and then what you can teach and what you can get your people to believe in, all right? So these are 2 books on the left-hand side of the screen that I feel very strongly that everybody that's working in a weight room should buy, read, and then reread and take notes, okay? The book on the left, The System, written by strength coach Johnny Parker, strength coach Al Miller, and strength coach Rob Panarillo. I'm blessed enough to know the 3 of them. They basically learned everything that's in that book from a gentleman named Gregory Goldstein, old Russian weightlifter, came to America many, many years ago and taught them how the Russians lifted, what their system actually was, okay? And ever since, actually I met Coach Parker in over the phone actually in 2013. I've been running this system since then, okay? The Training of the Weightlifter by R.A. Roman. Actually, my wife bought me that book many, many moons ago. It was actually a Christmas gift. It's pretty cool, right? Yeah, wife buys you a weightlifting book. But, you know, both of those books, what they'll do is they'll give you rules and they'll set boundaries as to, you know, the number one question is, what's too much? And there are people in research labs around the world, and they've been doing this for decades. How much can a human body handle? And if they can't handle it, why can't they handle it? Okay, and I lean on those all the time. And I used to do some local competitive weightlifting in New Jersey. That's where I'm from. We would reference that book quite a bit, and I don't know. I just think it's a great tool. Now I know everybody's got their phones on them and whatnot, but if I could recommend this, and I don't get like any kickbacks from anybody, is jumping on these sites right here. All right, and really Squat University. I don't know if anybody here follows that. That man is a genius. Okay, outstanding teacher. He can apply any type of weightlifting, any type of movement, any type of injury. He can make it very simple. I mean, I'm promoting this guy. I've never met him, I promise you. But it's, if you could explain it to a 5-year-old, then you understand what you're asking, and he does that. I probably follow his site 2 to 3 times a day, okay? And then these are just weightlifting sites that I think you can learn an incredible amount from, and I think it's really cool with these other 5 sites, and and Cal Strength, they do a wonderful job out there. They'll train a bunch of pro athletes and whatnot, and I don't think their equipment there is very fancy from everything I can gather. But these other sites, you'll see children with PVC pipes doing overhead squats, learning how to clean, learning how to do split jerks. And if they can do that, then anybody can learn to do that. And when I got my USA weightlifting certification, I went to Montpelier, Vermont in 2006. And Chris Polakowski was the coach up there. I didn't really know where Montpelier was, and I saw signs that were kilometers and not miles. It's pretty messed up. It's America, Jack. Like, where's the mileage at? But that's how far up to Canada we almost were. But I watched an 11-year-old girl walk into the weight room, and he built it from scratch. Like the mats that you had plywood on the platform. The mats of the drop zones were the holes on like Lunch Lady Land, like in cafeterias and whatnot. And he would buy all used equipment. He walks in, this little 11-year-old girl, puts her shoes on, starts overhead squatting the bar, doing snatch complexes, and I said, oh my gosh, everybody in the world can do this. And that was one of the points that really changed my career, okay? So, pretty cool. Hope you took a snapshot of that. All right, so I was sitting, who's a high school coach here? Okay, who's a student in here? Okay, wow, murderers row over there. Okay, good, all right. In the back, hanging out? Yep. Love it. Sir? Love it, okay. So everybody's probably doing something in this field because of who they were influenced by. I started as a high school coach, all right, and I taught phys ed, and I was a strength and conditioning coach at my old high school, Brick Township High School in New Jersey, right on the Jersey Shore, all right. The people that have influenced me, the gentleman up here on the top left, his name was Warren Wolf, was my high school football coach. He was the toughest man at 150 pounds you ever met in your life. He was 74 years old when he coached me. He was an incredible man. The 2 people on the bottom left was Todd Durkin. He was also coached by Coach Wolf. He's the owner of Fitness Quest 10 out in San Diego, California. He was one of my heroes growing up in this field, and he would give me the time of the day on the phone or write an email back. Todd was fantastic. And he's standing with Johnny Parker. Johnny Parker is arguably the most influential man I've had in my life professionally. He's predominantly the reason I operate the way I operate. And he would take endless amounts of time on the phone to help me with problems. He really has, and that changed me. I'm saying all this so we can move forward with this talk, and I can help interact and help you, all right, and then further beyond this. But I operate the way I do mostly because of Johnny Parker. Changed my life, okay? The 2 gentlemen on the top right, that's Al Miller and Al Vermeil. And I'm blessed. Whenever I call them, they call back. They do. They're outstanding people. On the bottom 2 guys on the right, Rob Panarillo, he's part of that book. Maybe the smartest man I've ever spoken to as far as biomechanics goes. All right, he's a physical therapist. He's world class. You'll know in the first 5 minutes you speak to him. And then the bottom right was John Greco. That was my first real boss in this business. He understood the business, the people side of this business more than anybody I've ever met. And the man in the middle, it's kind of funny, the guy on the right in the black t-shirt, that was Roderick Moore. That was my boss at FIU. He gave me my first opportunity. And the guy on the left was my high school strength coach. So they were together at a football game this year. It was like 2 worlds colliding. And Donovan Brown, he's the reason I'm a strength coach today. He did. He altered my life by showing me discipline and hard work at a very young age. Okay, so if you're at a high school, I was in your shoes, no doubt about it. If you're a student, I was in your shoes, no doubt about it. Okay? All right, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of the off-season program. All right, let's do that. Now, there's a few things that you've got to understand before you get going is your logistics, right? What do you have? What type of equipment do you have? So you look around this room, and people at home can't see it. This room has everything you need to build a world-class athlete. It does, okay? So if you're a student, students, do you all work out? You don't work out in here, right?
We don't work in this one.
No?
The athletic one.
Yep.
There's another one that they just opened.
You work out over there with the regular students? And how many students are there at one time? Sometimes a lot, sometimes a little? Yeah, that's as inconsistent as it gets. It's pretty bad. That would drive a strength coach nuts. Absolutely nuts, not knowing that, okay? So, and then you've got to account for, if you're just a normal student, you have to account for how many racks are in the building, how many can you use, what equipment can you use, what kind of workout you're looking to get. And you're probably going home more pissed off than not most of the time because you didn't get to do everything you wanted to do. So who's in high school here? Coach, how many racks you got in your room? 6. How many athletes you got rolling through there in an hour? Oh, man, you and I can have a long conversation, I'll tell you what. God bless you. Yep, and you got to find a way to make that work, don't you? No. Yep. How many do you have? 15. So he already hates you. Yep. Okay. And how many athletes in an hour you got to roll through?
I'm 60, but that's very many.
You said 60 to make him feel better. You're so full of crap. All right. That's right. All right. So what we have to do is, how many groups do you have, but what equipment do you have, and that will drive everything. All right. What do you have to get done? So I know for me, for us, we're an Olympic lifting-based philosophy. So we need a bar. We don't need a lot of machines. We probably need a rack or squat stands. We're probably not going to get squat stands at Miami, but you may have them somewhere else in your garage or some other facility. All right, so number of athletes, that's going to be a key thing because you're not only looking to see how many people, this is really important to know, how, and Coach, he's just crossing his arms like this guy's telling my nightmare every day. And I had the same issue at Brick High School years and years ago is if you have so many people in the room, how do you keep them safe? That's a big, big deal. They have to have outstanding spatial awareness as to what's going on at all times. And you got to make sure that they're busy most of the time and they have a task. Okay? What's your goal? What is your goal? That's a really big thing. So you can't just show up there, oh, we're just going to work out. So if your goal, if you're in a GPP phase, you're going to have a lot of rest time? Probably not. So how, with the equipment that you have and the athletes that you have, how are you going to make that work? And really, you're like conducting an orchestra. That's what you're doing. You're making sure that this part goes this way and this part goes that way the entire time. It's pretty neat once you break it down. It's like a big old symphony with weights. It's beautiful. All right, and then the enemy that we all have is time. Coach, all right, so you got 6 racks. I'm going to keep picking on you. You got 6 racks, 40 people. Is it about an hour they got to get their work in? Yeah. God bless you. So in that hour, what are you doing?
No, but it's not as bad as you're making out to see. I'm blessed. I got an assistant. We got a sport court outside. We'll have 20 inside, 20 outside, flipping back and forth. So we got trap bars outside. We got med balls outside. So we make it happen.
You are a Jedi of logistics. You are. God bless you. That's
exactly. I mean, your quote says it all. I know what I got, and I can do it. Once I know what I got, I can do anything.
That's right. That's exactly right. Okay, and that's a fantastic quote by Bill Parcells. It ain't my quote. Don't tell him I said that. But yeah, once you have your information, you know what you got to get done. Then all it is putting pen to paper, running through it, practicing it, and then making sure that your athletes can go through it. Okay. Any questions on that? Anything I can be of service of with that? No. Okay. Let's keep rolling. All right, so really, what I'm going to show you is some plyometrics in the off season. All right, so every off-season program, everyone wants to get big and strong and whatnot. And what I learned is when you get freshmen that walk in the door, I'm going to go with football right now. You don't know what kind of background they're coming from, right? You could have an outstanding strength coach in high school. They may not have one. You may have one guy benching 315, one guy benching 195. Right? You have no clue where they're coming from. But the one thing that they all have to learn to do is decelerate and land. They have to do that. They have to absorb force. And when I was at Ball State, I had football and then women's basketball. And you would think like, all right, we got to do a plyometric, a whole regimen with basketball. I'm thinking, baloney, they jump all day long. You're going to hurt them. So now because of a Q angle, students, you should know this, right? All right, females are more susceptible to an ACL tear than not. So, or for rather than for males. So the best way I could serve them is teach them how to land. That would be the number one. So that was the first thing Coach Brady Sally, who's still there coaching, and he understood it, he knew why, and that was our first objective, okay, to teach them how to do that. Now, a lot of these drills I got from Coach Barber, Coach Jordan Barber, one of our assistants at Miami. He is the guru of plyometrics. So you want to do that? I don't even know his email, but hit him up. Get that sucker moving, all right? So learning to brace. So reaching up, hands are up high, and then squatting on down. So can I get you to stand up? Is that cool? Can I do that? Okay, everybody stand up. I'm not going to ask. Here we go. If you ask, nobody gets up. All right, so now, picking up your hands nice and high. Okay, get up on your toes as high as you can. As high as possible. Stretch your arms out as high as possible. Because if you go for a rebound, you're going to reach. You go for a football, you're going to reach. All right, and now, on a 3-second count, when I say 3, 2, 1, we're going to start to lower ourselves down to about a third of a squat position. And 3, everybody, 2, arms behind you. 1, hold yourself right there. All right, now shift side to side from your right to your left. Those are things that you're going to start to look for. Okay, stand on up. Stay here for 1 second, please. That side to side action is something that you're going to look for. Is somebody heavily absorbing shock on their right or their left leg? And that's where I think that, like, tests like the functional movement screen, doing a rolls and TADS test, and other testing methods is beneficial. So now I'm going to say up. In a second, we're all going to go up as soon as I say up, and I'm going to say hit, and we're all going to go down and hold ourselves down. Here we go. Arms up. Hit, and we're down. Oh my gosh, this is great. Okay, one more time. All the way up. Okay. Hit. Abs are tight, core tight. Knees are slightly out, not in, no valgus. And stand up. Okay, great. All right, please sit down. All right, awesome. This is like church, baby. If you ever been to a Bruce Springsteen concert, that's like church with a lot of people, okay? So what you're doing is you're teaching an athlete to master that amortization phase. That's what we're doing. Because if when an athlete lands, we know that when an athlete lands or decelerates, that's one of the scariest times. That's when they're really going to get hurt. That's the time. That's the number one, okay? And as long as you can teach them how to do that, their chances of injury plummet, okay? Let's go to the next one here. All right, jump in place. Here we go. Down, I'm up. All right. Look at that vertical, baby. I'll tell you what. I went to Plymouth State up in New Hampshire, played O-line. I got every ounce out of that, as you could tell. All right. Now, with jumping, as soon as you know that they can land, this could be part of your warm-up, is learning how to land. As long as you're getting the body warm, you can do just about anything. It doesn't have to be jumping jacks or a lap. If you're teaching them how to land, and then later on maybe you can teach them how to jump in place, it's almost like a step 2. You want them to now, instead of we're up nice and high, now you can deliver force into the ground. You're going to still triple extend. We just started in a triple extended position. When they come down, they're bracing. But if we're up and stand up, they know how to brace, knees are out, because they've already been taught how to do it. And if they can't do step 1, don't take them to step 2, because they're just going to get hurt, okay? Any questions on that? Nope. Okay, multiple jumps. This is where life gets really interesting, okay? Now, if you're going to go multiple jumps, all right, I'm going to go one more time. All right, so I lied. I'm going to go third. Watch the knees on this video, okay? Now, being the coach, you're going to be cognizant of, like, all right, I can't have my knees go in. That would be a big-time problem. But what you want your athletes to do is to make sure that they can tell you whether or not they felt that, okay? So your knees go valgus, right? They go in a little bit. What's weak on the body? Who wants to tell me? Give me something. Glute med. That's the enemy. That's the enemy of everything. And that will cause, that muscle will cause so many problems in your entire chain, it could ruin an athlete. Because if it's cranked up too hard, really, really too much, you're going to probably have a back problem. It's one of the most vital muscles in the whole body for athletic performance. Okay, so and then you would go through whatever your regimen is. You would go your foam roll, your warm up, your stretch, or trigger point work or whatnot. But that's got to be identified right away. And if they can't get to step 3, if you see that there's an issue, take them back down to step 2. Okay. Any questions here? We're good? Okay. Oh boy, here we go, the big object in place. All right, jumping and bracing. Now we're going to clear an object. Okay, so if we could all stand up one more time. This will be the last time, I promise. All right, now make sure nothing's in front of you for 3 inches. Okay, so I'm going to say up, and then I'm going to say down, and I'm going to say go. As soon as I say go, we're all going to jump forward 2 inches, but we're going to leave the ground, and we're going to brace. Here we go. Up, down, go, up and down, and hold it. Hold it down. Oh, shit. Oh, shoot, sorry. And stand up. Okay, have a seat real quick. This Hammer Strength Clinic just became PG-13. Sorry about that. Okay, so what you're doing is now you're able to build everything off of that bracing, right? And bracing, you want to be a low breather, you don't want to be a high breather, because if you're a high breather, anteriorly you're not supported, you're not braced up, God's belt, okay? And then when you absorb shock, especially going forward, if you have a back problem, you jump forward, you're going to know about it. You are. I got a couple discs from being brave when I was younger. I understood that way, that if you're hurt or somebody has a back issue and they jump forward and they're not braced up, you're going to have a problem. Okay? So if you want to jump them forward, and like the first thing you want to do is make kids go fast, fast, fast. As fast as they can go, let them go have fun, make them jump. If they can do hopscotch, they can do this. That's not wrong. But if at some point they don't learn how to brace, the overuse of one leg versus the other is going to happen. So I went to a high school one time. Before I got into college coaching, I was visiting another school while I was at Brick High School, and I saw hurdle jumps at the beginning of a lift. I said, okay, this is great. And I saw one kid, and he would jump, and both feet would kick out to his left. And I said, Coach, that don't look right. I was like, he's just favoring one side. He's rotating one way on both legs. Like he's going to have a rotational issue. He's going to hurt his back. And I only knew that because I hurt my back. And he kind of looked at it. He goes, you know what? You're right. Hey, pull your toes up as you're jumping over. But it's such a simple thing to look at when someone's jumping. I think looking at where their knees are and where their big toes are, that will tell you everything moving forward on where they should be. Okay? Everybody cool with that one? All right, jump with multi-response. So, and I'm gonna heat his name up again. Coach Jordan Barber taught me this many moons ago at Temple, is that it doesn't have to be dynamic in a row over bags. It doesn't have to be, okay? So really what you're doing is you'll take your time. You'll be able to collect yourself. Take your time, 1, 2, and go up, and then you're still going to work on your brace. Okay. So let's go one more time on that. All right. Oh. There we go. So that will hop in the middle. It's almost like, if you think about it, if you ever see a kid that's learning how to jump rope, they'll take like 2 jumps in between each rope. That's exactly what that drill is. So you'll be like, oh my gosh, you can't jump rope. You play too much PlayStation. I hate your parents for that to you. That kind of conversation. That's a joke, babe. That's all I got. Okay, so but now you're allowing that to happen. You're inducing that effect so that they get comfortable with the multi-jumps, okay, without the multi-response. Because if they don't, the multi-response is really, what it does is it slows down how fast they have to go that way, which means that they won't be erratic with any kind of knee or valgus behavior just because they're being a coach pleaser and going forward. Does everybody understand that? They kind of, I'll say this again, they could take their time going forward, and the slowest way to do it at first, which sounds crazy, will have the most amount of jumps in it. And if the more that they jump in the beginning, and you can just make it a drill, hey, multi-response day, here we go. That's like your month 2. And that's how they'll do it. So if you go like month 1 is just bracing, jumping in place. Month 2, because I mean, high school is the best, absolute best. It's the best jobs in the world. You get to leave you're molding every person in that building. You get to work with them for the whole year, unless it's like Christmas break. They're the best jobs in the world. They really are, okay? So once you get done with the multi-response, and again, think that they can do that. We'll do at and at other schools is teaching them on the very last jump or the very last hop to stick the landing. They need to be able to show control. And really it's the same thing in weightlifting, right? You do a clean and jerk, you have to establish control at the top. Same thing with a snatch. And then over the bar. That's exactly what they need to do. If they don't do that, the entire set, in my opinion, has been wasted. Because every time they eccentrically load themselves, they've got to show control. Otherwise, you're letting them be lazy, and they will carry over with that. And when they do that enough, it's going to be a problem, okay? They will get hurt. Did I break it? No, you're good. Just use the stick. Got it, okay. I thought I was getting kicked out of here for a second there. All right, so here we go, planning strength. All right, now, I'm stealing this from Coach Vermeil, and I'm sure he'll just chuckle at home. All right, so on the right-hand side is Coach Panarillo's rehab model. All right, now, these are two guys that just from hundreds of conversations with them that I've been able to, I've been blessed enough to be, all right, Coach, how'd you do it? Where'd you learn everything from? And I'll say this, when Coach Vermeil was at the Bulls, at the Chicago Bulls, he was there for like 20 years, and he had a budget every year to fly in the best in the world at what they did, and he videotaped the whole thing. He's probably got the best real-time library of anybody in America, of professionals of whatever agility work it is, whatever sprinting work there is, anything you can think of for 20 years, Coach Vermeil has thought of it. Okay? And then you have Coach Panarillo, who's a strength coach and a physical therapist. Now, all these guys went overseas in the 80s and 90s. They did all the legwork of what we do now, right? I mean, Alvin Royce started it, but these guys, and Boyd Epley, they all went overseas. We've got the Cliff's Notes versions, basically, of what they did. And then technology spinning it into something else, especially with, the great talk we heard about velocity-based training. So the evaluation and testing model, we don't make a move until we check every athlete out. You have to. And we'll say this in recruiting, and it's the God's honest truth, because I say, listen, we're not going to load your son up with 315 on his back while he's going to do a barbell squat if we don't know how well he can bend. Okay? That is super, super important. Find out what they're good at. Find out what they're not good at. All right? And then don't make it a stressful situation. You want to make sure that, hey, listen, I'm just trying to make sure you can do this and that. Make it a cool environment, because they're going to, I don't want to stink at this drill or whatnot. You want to find out that there's problems, okay? Next thing would be work capacity, so your GPP phase, right? Get the body in some sort of condition before you're going to load them heavy, okay? Next would be strength. We all know what a strength phase should look like. All right, you have explosiveness, reactive strength, and speed. Speed's the killer in all sports. It's what makes somebody a winner and a loser most of the time. Most of the time. If you can't hit a baseball, I don't know what to tell you. You can swing the bat as fast as you want. That might be the only thing. But speed is is critical. That first step, you all know what it looks like on television. If you don't have that explosive first step, or you don't have that top end when you got the ball or a ball or whatever, you're done. You cannot win. The fastest people will more than likely make it more than anybody, okay? Now, the difference between the left-hand side and the right-hand side is muscle re-education and work capacity. So you're basically reteaching the body how to work. And Jeff Dillman just walked in. He's in the back. I worked for him in South Carolina. All right, we've been friends for a long time. And I distinctly remember our GPP phase when he ran his program at South Carolina. I'll tell you what, not a lot of rest ratio on that one. They were in good condition before they started lifting weights. Okay? Has anybody ever seen this before? Get it, steal it, and come up with the plan on how you want to implement it. And every phase, like your evaluation phase, that'll be a couple of days. Your work capacity phase will be a week or two. Your strength phase, you can go into block training if you want to, and you can taper off from there. But the speed and the reactive strength has got to be within at least 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks of when you're going to start to compete, okay? If you take anything away from this, do that. Okay, evaluation must be done first. We just covered that. All right, so in your work capacity phase, all right, your hypertrophy work, all right, so after your 1 to 2 weeks of your GPP phase, your hypertrophy work, all right, which you've got to have. You've got to get bigger, because if you just start a program, you've probably just taken a long period of time off from your season. Maybe if you're a football player, it's Christmas time and it's New Year's, and then you got to get back on the wagon. But you've got to gain some mass back and some muscle density before there's a strength phase. How many sports do you coach? 22. Wow. Coach? You don't even know. Yep. That's awesome. Coach, how about you? 2? Which ones? Football and track. Okay. So those are 2 opposite seasons. One's off season at one point in time, one's in season at the same time. How many track athletes you got? 160. Okay. So if you have that and you have a GPP phase that you're pushing them all through, how big's your weight room? 6 recs. Okay. So then you're probably going an inside and outside, right? And then you got to get super creative once the strength phase comes around. Okay. So guys that have the best jobs, I'm telling you, they're fantastic. You leave the best impression on those people. I would never be where I am today working in college if I didn't have that great high school experience. It's unbelievable. All right. So you can't jump right into a strength phase right away. You just can't do it. The body has got to be in some sort of condition to endure stress. It's got to happen. All right, and then your reactive strength, which is your plyometrics. That's really what that is. So, your Olympic lifting or your hardcore Olympic lifting, we do a lot of muscle cleaning and a lot of muscle snatching in the strength phase. And then once we get to our explosive side, or explosive phase rather, that's when we start doing hang clean, power clean, hang snatch. Okay? So that's kind of where we're at with that. And then we just talked about speed. Any questions about programming that I can be of service at? Good to go? Okay. Okay, something that you may want to look up, if you haven't already, using Prelipin's chart as to, I'm a big rules guy. I want to know how far can you go? How far can a person train? How hard can you push them? Now, if you know your athletes, right? You have track athletes and they have all sorts of abilities. If you're a track strength and conditioning coach, you're basically the head strength coach for 9 sports. It's crazy. They can all do different things, right? So if you go back to R.A. Roman's book, all right, The Training of the Weightlifter, you're going to find in there that your class 1, 2, 3, 4 athletes as to where they are training age-wise, right? So when looking at that, and you look at your heavyweights, how much intensity and volume can your heavyweights endure in weightlifting? Well, what are your heavyweights in football? Those are your linemen. So they carry around more absolute mass than anybody. So squatting them heavier way more often with higher volume will have an effect. The skinny guys, your DBs, your receivers, okay? And if you're going to go softball, then you're probably looking at your outfielders with this, and you're going to look at your interior, your shortstop and your second baseman. Their low backs, and Al Miller taught me this, their low backs are going to be a lot more narrow than your linemen, okay? So they may not be able to handle as much volume. There'll be a problem. So for me, getting to know your athletes and then using a chart like this, which I think is fantastic, you can figure out like, okay, I know Mike can handle this, 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 and this. I know that Johnny can't. So how would I do it? Maybe because Johnny's an older thrower, can't handle the volume, right? So let's just say in late college, everybody will go through a very big developmental phase of a lot of volume. You don't know what their training age is. They need a lot of practice. They need a lot of weightlifting at the start of their career. Once they're a fifth-year senior, we will perform a lot of strength-based movements and a lot of velocity-based movements. We know by the time that they're going to be big enough after 4 years. Shoot, they're going to be big enough maybe after 3 years, but they can continue to get stronger. If you want to keep adding volume, they're going to keep getting bigger. And sooner or later, if they get big enough, they're not going to be able to function doing what you want them to do. And that's like a real hurdle for everybody, because if you have 60 people or 40 people for 6 racks and 175,000 track athletes in school, how do you manage all that? And that's really the beauty of what you all do, okay? But you need a volume day and a dynamic day, depending on the time of the year, to complement that chart. Now, the strength day is easy. We're going to bench 5x3 or 6x2 or whatnot, but you need a particular day to complement that. That's not as intense, or the relative intensity is not that high in order to achieve gains. Pretty cool? So I'm a believer of, for one block, you would do a lot of volume training. For a second block, you would go to dynamic, okay? All right, so this is exactly what we do lifting-wise, okay? So every day in our room, we overhead squat. That's what we do. And it's my firm belief, if they can overhead squat the bar and then 95 pounds on a daily basis, they can do anything you want them to do in the room. Every joint in the body is exposed for proficiency or flaws. And I know what it feels like. I still do them. It's not a lot. It's not very stressful on the low back. It'll actually activate your anterior a ton. Any type of shoulder issue, it will expose. Be like, oh, Johnny hurt his shoulder doing this. No, he didn't. It was already hurt. You just found the problem. You just found the problem, okay? And if they can sit their butt right down there on their calves or on their heels and their calves and hamstrings, collapse all the air out of that, you got a pretty good mover. They're probably going to be able to do whatever you want, okay? Okay, after that, it'll say snatch complex, and everything is 5s. And I stole most of this from Dmitry Klokov, that average lifter from Russia. It's a joke for you students. He was like world class for years and years. Google him. All right. And then it'll say above the knee muscle clean. So this is our winter phase. So our version of the muscle clean will be here. The 3 cues that we'll use will be bend, hinge, and scrape. So scrape in the chest. So they'll have a slight knee bend, a hinge, scrape up the chest. They'll catch the bar up here on the toes or outside the feet. And then they'll settle the bar back down, bracing hard. And we do it this way because in weightlifting, what we would do is we would muscle clean, right? And Bob Giordano, he was my Olympic coach up in North Jersey for 2 years. Great man. He was a 1980 Olympian. And we would muscle clean, and we would go here on our heels. And I would feel my pelvis go a little forward. And once I started having some back issues after poor technique, and just, you lift by yourself long enough, you're going to establish some habits you don't want. That's why we need great coaches like you all here. I had some problems, but I love the exercise. So we figured, what's the number one issue with athletes not being able to do a clean? They don't get into triple extension. They'll just do that. They won't stand all the way up. So for a month, no matter what school I've been at since Ball State, they'll muscle clean for an entire month. Because, when do you want to win games? You got to win games in September. If you're starting in January, you got a long time to do this. So we'll take a month to teach that. And again, we'll go up on the toes And if they're on the outsides of the feet and they can balance a bar, and they've got to be solid in their core and then solid when they land and nice and slow, you know that they're working their core a whole lot. We all love core training here. There's your number one. So we'll do some below the knee clean pulls. So our philosophy is to start high and work your way down, not start from the floor. Again, if you're on Christmas break, you're on 2 to 4 weeks of time off, depending on what school you're at. Division III schools may have 5 weeks off or 6 weeks off. Everybody's situation is different. If you go to a bowl, if you don't go to a bowl. But I know this, if you start, and listen, I've done it to myself, and unfortunately when I was younger, thank God there were no real issues, but kids will just start ripping the bars off the floor, and it looks like someone shoved the rainbow up their rear end. I mean, it's just rounded back, and it looks terrible. And you're thinking, oh my God, I'm going to hurt this kid. And no one, if you're in this field, you're here to help people. That's our calling. So if we can start above the knee, and they can do that well, then we'll work our way below the knee for low volume to teach them how to brace below the knee. Okay? And it'll take a big toll on their low back, so I would just be cautious of that volume. All right? After that's back squatting. Step ups, you got RDL shrugs and calf raise. I lied. Please stand up one more time, please. I know, I'm a dead liar. Here we go. Now, put your feet hip width apart. You can tighten them up, baby. Not John Candy. Tighten them right there. Okay, that's good. Now, toes are out. Only the old guys got that joke, babe. Okay. Now, slightly bend your knees, right? And just take your palms right on your quads and just slide them down to the kneecap. Putting your hips back, chest is up nice and big. Now push your knees slightly out, okay? So you got a little bit of torque going on in your femur, okay? Now, you'll stand up, slide your hands on up right here. Now go up on the outsides of your feet and shrug and hold that position. If you can get your athletes to stabilize, 135 pounds doing this, it's pretty good. Okay, now back down. Okay, please have a seat. Thank you very much. Now, Al Miller taught me that, and he had said that if you want to strengthen the ankle, and of course, you're not getting a true Achilles tendon stretch doing that. If you will stretch, and you got high as humanly possible, and yours is if you can hold that position, now your calf and your ankle is getting tremendously strong because all you're doing on Olympic lift, if you don't achieve triple extension, those tendons don't get stretched. Your calves don't contract as much, and that is forcing that to happen. Okay, so I think that's a real good nugget to take away from here. Okay, Nordic hamstring curls, which call Russian leans. That guy Roderick Moore, he absolutely beat those two words into my head. That's why we don't call them Nordics. And then razor curls, I think those are a great 1-2 punch for hamstring health. I recommend everybody doing that. I think 2 times a week for each exercise, anywhere from 2 to 3 sets. That's all you need. Okay. Manual neck, and then Russian twist. I don't have an infatuation with Russian training. That's just kind of how it went. All right. And then if I was everybody here, I would look into what a Javork complex is. Anybody ever hear of that before? Yes, sir. Okay. It's just a series of movements. Actually, you just check it out. YouTube that up. I think that'd be pretty cool for you to watch. There's some variations of it, but I think it's well worth your time. If you're in the work capacity GPP phase, I think it's an out-of-the-park home run to use for your athletes. They do every movement. Yes, sir. Javork with a J. Javorek. Yes, sir. Okay. Do it. Do it yourself. Play around with it. You're going to go off a percentage of your body weight when you use that routine. Okay. Now looking over to the right-hand side, you're seeing the summertime above the knee hang cleans. So they're on a little less of a break when they come back from spring ball. We're going to jump right into cleans because they should have worked out right away. Below the knee cleans. Even though we're going fast, it's still a top-down approach. Okay, and that's like late May, early June. Okay, you got bench, you got some close grip. Down below, you've got above the knee muscle snatch, squat, push press overhead squat. So we push in a snatch position and then squat all the way down. We got dudes that can do 275 to 315 on the team. They can do that. They can do anything you want them to do. So any programming questions for a certain time of the year, and I know you all get this copy and you can use it, and feel free to email me. That'd be great. Okay. All right, just some nuggets. little nuggets to take away with you. And this was taught to me. If it doesn't look right, it probably isn't. You're going to go with your gut more times than anything in a room. And if you see something that's not right, as silly as that sounds, don't let it happen. Stop it immediately. Because if someone does something wrong once, they're going to do it wrong twice. And if they keep doing it, they're going to get hurt. And you can't prevent everything, but if you know something ain't right, just stop it and explain it to that athlete, and they will appreciate it. Because all they're coming to you to do is get better, okay? Take 20 minutes a day to research what you're interested in. I would research those fellows that I spoke about right away. I would buy those books. I would go to Instagram. I would follow those people. It's great free information. Not the books, you got to pay for those, but the Instagram is great free information, all right? You want to make it fun for every player that you come into contact with. I'm a big theme guy. I love those theme lifts throughout the year, whether it's WWE or Rocky or Marvel Comics. I mean, you can YouTube it. I've done some stuff that I probably would laugh at if my kids did it when, you know, they came downstairs for looking for a Marvel movie to watch and make a grand entrance. Those things will excite them. Everybody will squat, everybody will bench, but if you make an event out of it, it'll go really well. And it'll become like, hey, coach, can we do this? And then it'll become their idea, and then they'll be invested even more in it, okay? Keep them accountable, create ownership, and make it their idea. All right, you already touched on that, but they will appreciate accountability. They will. Even the knuckleheads, which I was one, I probably still am. They want that. They want structure, and they want somebody to believe in them, but they all want a set of rules to follow. Otherwise, you get 95 people on 95 different pages, you've got a problem. Nobody enjoys that experience. They might think it's cool or relaxing at the time, but when they look back, they'll know that you wasted their time, and that's the regret that I don't want to live with as a coach. All right, and I heard this quote from Chris Roof, strength coach at Baylor, a good friend of mine, one of the smartest coaches in the business, great, fantastic teacher. You can change the trajectory of their family history by believing in them. That's what he meant when he was talking about athletes. So every one of us, if you stay in this longer than 10 minutes, you'll run into people, and you won't even know their story. You got to get to know their story. You have to. That's your job. The X's and O's they're not going to call you for that. But if you get to be the person that believes in them, and you might be the only one you don't know, you'll give them confidence to go do something else, and you won't know that answer for 10 years, and they'll thank you. And that's the drug that everybody that stays in this business long enough wants to keep getting more of. Okay, happy holidays, all right? And then there's my email address, all right? If I can be of service, my cell phone number is 908-461-0452. That's my private number. Listen, I told you I get help from a ton of people that was on that slide. I call those people every week as much as I can to get better. And if I can share an experience with you and make you all better, and you know, if you ever want to stop by the facility, you let me know. I'd love to be of service to you. Thank you very much.
No? Very good. Thanks, David.
Okay.
You're awesome, brother.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, that concludes our day for today, and thank you all for coming. And anybody that signed up at your CEUs, you'll get an email about those. That's it. I'll have a good evening. We got 4 good speakers for tomorrow. We'll start at we're starting at 8 o'clock, right, guys? Tomorrow, I believe. Yes. And sounds great. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.